Chapter 693. Altar Chirp Chirp. Little Flame looked at Lin Ling worriedly. It knew that Lin Ling had almost died. Rumble. After the 3 checkpoints were over, the cliff slowly descended and appeared in a desert. This desert was very hot and the illusory air was floating around. There was nothing here except for Lin Ling, who was breaking through to the next realm. He was at the most crucial moment. Those who enter the altar die. At this moment, an illusory voice came from the sky, causing Little Flame to panic. Soon after, a rustling sound came from the surrounding sand, and gray scorpions crawled out from the sand. They were densely packed, and their tails were suffused with a poisonous glow. The scorpions crawled towards Lin Ling and covered the entire mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling seemed to have unintentionally stepped into a forbidden area, and the other party wanted Lin Ling dead. Chirp chirp. Little Flame stood up angrily and waved its little fists. It would not let anything that wanted to kill Lin Ling get close to Lin Ling. To Little Flame, other than its mother, the only family in its life was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the first person to give Little Flame food. Chirp chirp. Little Flame was even more worried when it sensed that Lin Ling would not wake up in a short period of time. Its clear eyes gradually turned red and the aura of a ferocious beast exploded from its small body. Even Little Flame did not realize that its ferocious beast bloodline seemed to have awakened when Lin Ling was in danger. Boom! Its body continued to expand, turning into a 2-meter-tall giant ape. Its long red hair grew out like bamboo shoots after the rain, and even dragged to the ground. Its head was white, and its tyrannical face was no longer as cute as before. It was more majestic, more domineering, and more crazy. Roar! The giant ape roared towards the sky and its huge fists were lowered to its chest. The dull sound was like the sound of a heavenly drum. Swoosh! It was very fast and pounced towards the scorpions in front of it. Its huge fists smashed the ground and with a bang the ground cracked open. A large number of scorpions were smashed into meat paste or even shattered into pieces. It seemed to have transformed into the most terrifying beast of the ancient times. Aoaoao. In the entire desert it was the only one fighting. Any scorpions that dared to approach Lin Ling were all crushed by it. Its mind was blank. The only thought it had was to protect its loved one. Lin Ling was the second loved one it had seen in its life. The first was its mother. Therefore, in order to protect its loved one, it dared to go against the heavens with its life. Pa pa pa. However, more and more scorpions appeared in the desert, densely packed and endless. The huge ape slowly began to get tired, and the fiery red fur on its body gradually dimmed. After all, it was still an infant and had yet to grow up. However, it still firmly guarded Lin Ling's side. Time passed quietly, and the ground was covered with scorpion corpses. However, something even more terrifying happened. Black-horned wolves began to appear, and they were even more violent and crazy. Their fangs gleamed coldly, and those black wolves were all surrounding and attacking the giant ape. Aoao. The giant ape was constantly injured, being bitten until it was dripping with blood. Some wounds were so deep that bone could be seen. Those black wolves were also very cunning. They knew that if the giant ape did not die, they would not be able to devour the youth sitting cross-legged. Therefore, even if they had the chance, they would not devour the youth. Instead, they used the youth as a loophole to constantly attack the giant ape. That youth should be the giant ape's weakness. Aoaoao. The giant ape was getting weaker and weaker, but its face was filled with madness and violence. Only when it looked at Lin Ling would there be a tinge of gentleness in its eyes. Putong. In the end it fell to the ground. Its right leg was broken, so it used its hands to support itself as it crawled towards the youth. It seemed like it wanted to say something to the youth. Behind it, the black wolves would sneak up on it from time to time. Every time they would bite off large chunks of the giant ape's flesh. This moment Lin Ling was still breaking through. He could vaguely sense the changes in the outside world, and knew that Little Flame was protecting him. However, he could not move. The Emperor's Tao altar in his dantian was condensing, and he had lost control of his body. He could only shout angrily in his heart, "Little Flame, don't worry about me. Go." Huge waves surged in his heart. For the first time he saw Little Flame as his family. Unfortunately, he could not move, and could only watch as Little Flame was surrounded and attacked by those black wolves. If he could move, he only needed to take out the pills in his storage ring, and he would be able to heal Little Flame. However, he could not. He could not do anything. Woo-woo. Little Flame had already crawled to Lin Ling's side. Its red eyes were filled with worry, as if it was asking if Lin Ling was injured. In reality, Lin Ling was under its protection, and was not injured at all. Instead, it was heavily injured. However, it did not care at all. It was the same as Lin Ling, with its own persistence and beliefs. Lin Ling was its family, and it protected him. That was enough. Lin Ling had given it the best young spiritual fruit of its life. This was its first meeting with Lin Ling. Ayo. The black wolves around them attacked again, and this time they pounced on Lin Ling. Ayo. Little Flame forced itself to stand up, dragging one leg as it frantically blocked the incoming enemies. Even though 5 black wolves were biting it, it did not feel anything. Pa! Its neck was crooked, its long fur was messy, and one of its arms had been bitten off. Even though it only had one leg and one arm left, it still did not retreat. Little Flame. Lin Ling sensed the changes outside, and his heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He wanted to break through quickly, and he did not want to break through anymore. He did not want to see Little Flame die for him. Who is trying to harm me? He sensed that these scorpions and black wolves had been summoned by someone to kill him. He felt that he would teach this person a lesson. Plop! Little Flame finally fell. Its red eyes looked at Lin Ling and tears flowed out. In the end, it did not manage to protect Lin Ling, and let Lin Ling die slowly, just like its mother. It could not accept this. However, even more black wolves pounced over, drowning it, and wanted to tear it to pieces. Little Flame. This bullshit Emperor Spirit Realm, so what if I don't break through? Lin Ling's entire body was trembling, and he continuously attacked the Tao pillar in his dantian, trying to break it down and wake him up. He had forgotten everything, and only wanted to protect Little Flame with his own strength. Just like when he had first arrived in this world, Hua Leiting had always been protecting him. Those were his family, how could he give them up? Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura finally exploded. The sand of the entire desert rose into the air, and in that instant, the desert became a sea of fire. Countless flames appeared out of nowhere, and even the sand was burned. This Emperor Spirit Realm, I will not break through. A cold voice came from the depths of hell, and the black wolves in the desert stopped what they were doing, and began to tremble. What did they see? They saw the flame demon. Not a god, but a demon. Touch my family, die. Rumble. Chapter 694. Statue Woo Woo. The remaining black wolves wanted to escape. Their instincts told them that the youth who stood up was terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were red. His body was burning with flames. He walked out step by step like a fiery demon. He did not know if he had broken through. Previously, he had forcefully destroyed the Tao platform so that he could regain control of his body. Now you want to leave? You're finished. Die. A deep voice filled the air, and an even more terrifying flame swept out from Lin Ling in all directions. Following that, a sword slash swept forward. Fire. That sword slash was actually condensed from flames. If there was a martial artist here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked because that was the fusion of the true intent of sword and the true intent of fire. He was the first person to fuse intent in the rainforest's sacred ground. After all, the two intents were different. One was sword and the other was fire. Fusing them was harder than ascending to the heavens. They would clash and even cause martial artists to injure themselves due to the difference in power. Only by being able to control the intent of martial arts would one be able to achieve such a terrifying feat. Boom! The desert erupted like a volcano. Fire dragons shot up from the ground. Wherever the flames passed, it was a forbidden land. After a long time, there was nothing left in the desert. There was only a large area of flames burning, and it was burning the sand. In the desert, the youth took out a large amount of elixirs to treat the huge red-haired ape. Then he carried the huge ape on his back and slowly walked forward. From afar, the youth seemed to be carrying a mountain. Every step he took left a footprint in the desert. He looked lonely but determined. The youth walked towards the altar. He sensed that someone did not want him to get close to the altar, so they wanted to kill him when he was breaking through. The youth did not know who the other party was, but he would take revenge. No matter who the other party was, he would make them pay. Whoosh! A scorching hot wind blew past. The desert was desolate and uninhabited, as if it was a corner abandoned by the world. In the vast desert, two lonely figures were slowly moving forward. One of them was extremely tall and sturdy, like an ancient beast. Although it seemed to be injured, its innate battle bloodline made its recovery ability incomparably strong. In front of the huge ape was a youth in a blue and white robe. He carried a huge sword and looked ahead coldly. These two were Lin Ling and Little Flame. They had been walking in the desert for 3 days. Their goal was to find the person who had harmed them. Ancient desert leopards began to appear in the distance. They were nearly 3 meters tall and as large as cows. Each one of them had the strength of an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. In addition, they were in packs. They were incomparably terrifying. But when the huge red-haired giant ape looked, a violent and crazy chi was released to cause the desert leopards. It was extremely terrifying, a type of innate suppression, the aura of a vicious beast. Little Flame, you haven't recovered yet. Don't move around. Lin Ling was by. They were afraid of Little Flame's aura, but they seemed to have been summoned by something. So they still tried to stop Lin Ling from moving forward. Lin Ling did not even look at the horned black wolves. He stretched out his left hand and a burning vermilion bird appeared. He then waved it. The taboo of fire exploded. The vermilion bird condensed from flames flew past, smashing down like a meteor. Countless single-horned black wolves died, and from the flames that filled the sky, the figures of a man and an ape walked out. Their speed was neither fast nor slow, as if the flames from before weren't created by them. Although Lin Ling had forced himself to wake up, Little Flame had supported him for most of the time. In the end, he had successfully reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. The Emperor Spirit Realm had increased his strength by more than 2 times. Moreover, he had comprehended the fusion of martial intents in a moment of desperation. That was the fusion of sword intents and fire intents. Its power was comparable to the blazing sun of sparrows, and it did not take as long as the blazing sun of sparrows. Therefore, after reaching the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his strength had greatly increased. A vermilion bird Dao platform had appeared in his dantian. It looked like a vermilion bird dancing in the air. Below it was a lotus platform. This was the symbol of the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and the source of his power. Originally, Lin Ling could have formed 2 vermilion bird platforms, but because he was anxious, he forced himself to break through, resulting in only 1 vermilion bird platform. Even so, this vermilion bird platform was incomparably clear, its spiritual chi was pure, and it could last for a long time. Boom! Lin Ling continued forward. Wherever he went, as long as a monster appeared, he would kill it. He wanted to see how many monsters the other party had for him to kill. Finally, the ancient voice sounded in the sky. Human, you have crossed the taboo. Human. This person did not seem to be from the rainforest. You want to kill me? Lin Ling did not stop. His face was cold. The altar is not allowed near, so you must leave. The ancient voice still sounded in the sky. You want to kill me? Yes. Lin Ling still said the same thing. Did the other party want him to leave? No. He was completely treating him like an ant. If he wanted to kill him, he would kill him. He had almost killed Little Flame. The sky was silent. Soon the ancient voice sounded again. Go southeast. Everything you want will be there. It is one of the treasures of the ancient tomb. Kill. You want to kill me? Kill. Lin Ling was unmoved. The other party seemed to have compromised, using a reward to let Lin Ling leave. But how could Little Flame's life be exchanged for any treasure? Don't go too far. Kill. Sensing that Lin Ling was still moving forward, the ancient voice in the sky seemed to be angry. Puny human, only in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Killing you will be as easy as killing an ant. Kill. If you could kill me, why would you let the monsters do it and not you? Kill. Lin Ling continued forward. Gradually, an ancient city appeared in front of the desert. The city was somewhat dilapidated, and many of the city walls had collapsed due to the passage of time. A huge statue could be seen sitting there, and a strange aura was surging towards the statue. In addition, there were mysterious and ancient runes. A formation. The altar seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. As Lin Ling approached, the ancient voice in the sky seemed to be anxious. Stop or die. Stop. Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not stop, he walked toward the city with Little Flame. That was the formation. It was very likely that the person who wanted to kill him didn't want him to get close to the formation, so they let the monsters ambush him. If that was the case, then Lin Ling would be even closer. The more the other party wanted to protect something, the more he wanted to destroy it. Do you really want to die? Yes. The ancient voice was finally angry. It seemed to be angry at Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why are you trying to scare me? Chapter 695. Nine-tailed ancient flame devil. Lin Ling did not know what the other party was, but he sensed that it was not here. Perhaps it was far away, so it was anxious, but it could not do anything to him. Gradually, Lin Ling came to the statue. The statue was very large and was carved from a fiery red rock. It was nearly 100 meters tall and looked like a ferocious fox from afar. However, it was even more tyrannical and crazy. Even though it was just a statue, it made people tremble in fear, as if the statue would come to life at any time. The most attractive thing was that the huge ferocious fox had 9 tails, which were extremely dazzling. Gigi. Behind him, Little Flame made a sound, which made Lin Ling's heart freeze. Little Flame was actually afraid of the statue. What exactly was that statue? One must know that Little Flame did not have the bloodline of a normal demon beast. It seemed to be a fierce beast, even more ancient than demon beasts. But even Little Flame was afraid, which meant that the statue's origin was even more terrifying. Perhaps it was an existence that surpassed fierce beasts. Do you want to revive this stone statue? Or do you want to control this stone statue? Yes. Lin Ling calmly said, which made the ancient voice in the sky even more anxious. Leave immediately. If something happens to the altar, all of you will die. Yes. Seems like I was right. You are borrowing the power of the altar to revive this stone statue. Or maybe you want to control this stone statue. This stone statue seems to be very important to you. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. Then he slowly raised the sword in his hand, which made the voice in the sky panic. You are crazy. You woke it up. You will die. Yes. The owner of the voice knew that Lin Ling wanted to destroy the altar. This young man was so hateful and arrogant. He was not afraid of it at all. Then let me see if I will die. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of its threat at all. As if he was not afraid of the surprise statue, the sword in his hand slashed towards the statue. Crazy. If the owner of the voice was here at this moment, his killing intent would be monstrous. Anger would attack his heart. All of its threats were useless against Lin Ling. This young man was simply not afraid of anything. If anyone dared to provoke him, even if this young man was an ant, he would still give you a painful blow. Rumble. With a slash of his sword, the huge fox-like statue swayed. However, it remained unscathed, causing Lin Ling to frown. But very quickly, he discovered that the statue's eyes slowly opened, staring at Lin Ling as if it was looking down on the world. This caused Lin Ling's heart to freeze. What a terrifying gaze. That gaze caused Lin Ling to feel as if he was in a sea of fire. One had to know that he was a fire tribute martial artist. However, the eyes of a demonic beast could still allow him to perceive fire. This was very frightening. It was obvious that it was not fire but pure fire. Pa pa pa. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the huge stone statue. At the same time, the entire desert erupted with terrifying flames. It was as if fire dragons had rushed out from the desert, causing a large number of demon beasts to die. The entire world had turned into a sea of fire. Junior, you've ruined my efforts. The ancient voice in the skies angrily roared. It had prepared for thousands of years and was just about to succeed. However, a nameless ant-like youth suddenly appeared, and with a single sword strike, all of its efforts were wasted. So what? Lin Ling sneered. However, although he was smiling on the surface, he felt bitter in his heart. He seemed to have awakened something. After that terrifying aura was awakened, it seemed like it could easily obliterate him. You've caused a disaster. Everyone will be burned by the nine-tailed ancient flame devil. The ancient voice in the skies sounded again. Lin Ling vaguely understood that the nine-tailed ancient flame devil seemed to be a terrifying inheritance in the ancient tomb. It was unknown when the mysterious person had obtained this inheritance. However, to control it, an array altar was required. Hence, the mysterious person had spent a great deal of effort to set up the array altar. Just as it was about to succeed, it was disrupted by him. However, his guess was correct. At this moment, the voice in the skies was incomparably furious. It was disrupted. Everything was disrupted. Rumble. At this moment, the cracked statue shattered. A terrifying fiery red shadow pounced towards Lin Ling, as if it was running between heaven and earth. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change. In his eyes, it was an ancient wild beast. A wild beast that was above the ferocious beasts. It was probably something that existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was very hot. Lin Ling felt as if his body was about to melt. Rumble. Lin Ling was unable to block it. The fiery red shadow disappeared into his body. Lin Ling's body turned red as flames erupted. It was as if he was going to be incinerated. Little Flame, who was at the side, suddenly became anxious. It wanted to save Lin Ling, but it could not get close. Those flames were the aura of the ancient flame devil. It was of a higher level than Little Flame. Junior, you must die. In the skies, the ancient voice was filled with murderous intent. It caused the entire desert to shake apart from the flames that blotted out the sky. At this moment in Lin Ling's dantian, a demonic beast covered in flames was wreaking havoc. It was running in all directions. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, this demonic beast did not devour him. Instead, it stayed in his dantian like an outsider, causing the imprint of a nine-tailed firefox to appear in his dantian. The appearance of the nine-tailed ancient flame devil caused even the vermilion bird Dao platform to be extremely wary. However, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil disdained the vermilion bird Dao platform. It shamelessly continued to cultivate. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His mouth was agape. He was extremely surprised by what had happened. That terrifying nine-tailed ancient flame devil had treated his body as its home. You are a fire attribute martial artist. The angry voice in the skies sounded again. All of this belonged to it. Originally, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil should have settled in its body. However, because of the youth's interruption, it had all been taken advantage of by the youth. I seem to understand a little. The altar that you painstakingly set up seems to have married me instead. Lin Ling chuckled. He had snatched the fruit that the mysterious person had prepared for many years. He believed that if the mysterious person had not set up the array altar and caused the nine-tailed ancient flame devil to change, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil would have rushed into his body and he would have died. In fact, if he was not a fire attribute martial artist, he would have died too. And now, the array altar had tempered the nine-tailed ancient flame devil for many years. Its demon heart had gradually dissipated, allowing Lin Ling to easily obtain the nine-tailed ancient flame devil's inheritance. All of this had been predestined. Even Lin Ling himself did not know that after Little Flame helped him choose this path, he was the one who had benefited the most out of all the geniuses. Kill him. Rumble. At this moment, space fluctuated. In the distance, space was forcefully torn apart. Terrifying figures appeared, angrily rushing towards Lin Ling. These people seemed to have been summoned by the mysterious person. And these martial artists were different from those in the rainforest Holy Land. Some of them had 3 heads and 6 arms, some had purple skin, and some were half mermaids. Their innate talent was similar to that of beasts, and they could transform into ancient fey beasts. And their goal was to recapture the nine-tailed ancient flame devil. Chapter 696. Leaving the ancient tomb. What a powerful aura. Is it a martial artist from another place? Or a martial artist from this space? It seems like the world I know is still too narrow. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he pondered. He planned to summon the mysterious nine-tailed ancient flame devil in his body. After all, this person was too powerful. Boom! Muttering in his heart, Lin Ling communicated with the terrifying nine-tailed ancient flame devil in his dantian. However, the nine-tailed ancient flame devil seemed to have a trace of intelligence, so its response was disdain. But after knowing that Lin Ling was in danger, it still came out. After all, Lin Ling's Dantian was its new home. If Lin Ling died, it would also disappear from this world. Boom! In the void, layers of flames appeared. These were white flames. A dazzling flame flew out from Lin Ling's body and transformed into a nine-tailed firefox that was nearly 100 meters tall. Its four limbs were on the ground as it bared its fangs. Its cold eyes had a trace of indifference and evil intent. Around its body, there were circles of flame ripples. These were also white flames. It seemed to have intelligence, so when it stared at the ants around it, it actually revealed a sneer. Lin Ling was behind it and immediately saw that the nine-tailed firefox only had 4 tails. Each tail was of a different color. The firefox didn't seem to have recovered to its strongest state. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw that the terrifying desolate beast had turned around to look at him. It even had a feeling that it wanted to devour Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't seem to be able to completely control this flaming desolate beast at the moment. Kill! Kill! In the distance, a large number of foreign martial artists rushed over. To them, Lin Ling was just an ant. But when they attacked, the terrifying desolate beast didn't move. It wagged its tail in satisfaction, as if it was hesitating. It wanted to borrow the hands of the foreign martial artists to kill Lin Ling. If I die, you will die too. Kill! Lin Ling said coldly, which made the desolate beast's pupils constrict. It roared unwillingly, and then an even more terrifying white flame erupted. That was a real flame, not fire. A circle of white flame rippled outwards. Space seemed to freeze and time seemed to freeze. Those martial artists that were rushing towards Lin Ling froze in midair, and in the next moment, all of them turned into ashes. One move and they were all annihilated. There were even Holy Spirit realm experts among them. Lin Ling drew in a cold breath. What a terrifying desolate beast. Ancient flame demon. Could it be that it specialized in ancient flames? Junior, you ruined my plans. Even if I have to mobilize the entire clan, I will still kill you. In the sky, an ancient man's figure finally appeared. His upper body was bare, and he was mighty and domineering. Mysterious runes covered his body, and his long white hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an ancient war demon, and his aura was unfathomable. He was the strongest enemy Lin Ling had ever seen in his life. But after Lin Ling's soul force spread out, he couldn't help but laugh. In truth, the other party wasn't here. What appeared here was only a wisp of martial arts aura. There was no need to care. If you want to kill me, then come. Kill, Lin Ling coldly said. These words caused the man's aura to become even more tyrannical. He wished he could kill Lin Ling, but he couldn't. Lin Ling was too far away. Come back. Kill. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He coldly shouted at the ancient flame demon. The ancient flame demon looked around unwillingly, and then finally turned into flames and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. It looks like I still need some time to control it, so before I completely control it, I should use it as little as possible to avoid it attacking me. But this desolate beast is truly terrifying. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he brought little flame and left the desert, completely ignoring the tyrannical man. At the same time, in another cave far away, lava erupted. A man with tattoos all over his body stood up in anger. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire cave to shake violently. There were many other martial artists in the cave, but at this moment, their hearts and bodies were all trembling. Junior, I will find you. Junior. He was about to succeed, but everything had been interrupted by Lin Ling. Even his blood, sweat, and tears had been taken away by Lin Ling. He was filled with incomparable regret and anger. If he had known that this junior would be so difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have killed him from the start. He even didn't hesitate to offer a huge reward for this junior to leave the desert. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. His wrong move had allowed the powerful desolate beast to be taken away by this youth. He was certain that this youth would be an existence that could look down on a region in the future. At this moment in the desert, Lin Ling was slowly walking forward with little flame. This trip's harvest was not bad. Not only had he broken through, but he had also obtained a storage ring. Most importantly, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient flame devil. If the ancient flame devil's intelligence disappeared one day, then Lin Ling would be able to transform into the ancient flame devil himself. Gigi. Little Flame had already returned to its former appearance. It stood on Lin Ling's shoulder, feeling happy for Lin Ling. I'm afraid that my harvest from this trip to the ancient tomb is the greatest. Moreover, the ancient tomb isn't as simple as it seems. There are still many secrets in its depths. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have continued to explore. Lin Ling looked at the distant sky and said. Then he looked at the jade tablet and looked for the bronze door to leave. While he was searching, the ancient tomb's space fluctuated. A large number of figures appeared and chased after Lin Ling. However, it was already too late. At that time, Lin Ling had already walked out of the bronze door. At this moment, a large number of figures had gathered in Xianhuang City. Countless people were looking at the geniuses from the 3 ancient countries. Who had the greatest harvest from this trip to the ancient tomb? Young Master Qianqi, Young Master Tenglong, Young Master Xueling, Young Master Beiwu, Young Master Xuanwu, Lin Ling, and Heavenly Concubine. They didn't die. Perhaps one of them would soar to the sky. On the Heavenly Dragon Empire's side, the dragon god stood quietly on the city wall with a confident smile on his face. He had just come out, but he had gained a lot in the ancient tomb. He was confident that no one could compare to him. Duantian Gang? After he, the dragon god, had obtained the inheritance, he no longer feared Duantian Gang. As for Lin Ling, if he saw that junior again, he would definitely torture him to death. That's right, torture him to death. The confident smile on his face made the crowd guess that the dragon god was going to soar to the sky. Not far away in the Justice Duan family's camp, young Master Qianqi Duantian Gang naturally saw the smile on the dragon god's face. However, he didn't care about it. He believed that the dragon god had gained a lot, but he was sure that his gains were much greater than the dragon god's. As for Lin Ling, Qin Ji, and the rest, there was no need to look at them. To him, they were just ants. Everyone has come out except for Lin Ling. Maybe he's already dead. Duantian Gang said indifferently. Young Master Xueling's lips curved into a cold smile. Could it be that Lin Ling is trapped in the ancient tomb? The crowd was also discussing spiritedly as they looked at the sky. There was still no sign of the bronze door. However, many of them were gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune. These people were from Heavenly Dragon Empire and Justice Duan family. Not long ago, Lin Ling didn't give them any face and humiliated their noble bloodline. Therefore, now that Lin Ling was trapped in the ancient tomb, they were even happier. Oh, riding through the night, it's so cold. I've already updated, but it seems like it's going to be daytime soon. I'm going to explode with updates. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 697. Lin Ling's return. Those from the Great Qin Empire frowned. They were also worried about Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's jade tablet did not shatter. This meant that Lin Ling was not dead. However, why had Lin Ling not come out yet? Was he really trapped in the tomb? He will come out, the Heavenly Concubine said firmly. However, she knew that it was not impossible for him to be trapped in the tomb. Previously, they saw that the mysterious elder who framed Lin Ling was trapped in the tomb. If he wanted to leave, he could only do so when the tomb opened again. Harming others will only harm himself. The 10 of us entered the tomb and he killed so many people. Now that he is trapped there, this is what he deserves. Young Master Xueling's gloating voice could be heard, causing the Heavenly Concubine and the rest to frown. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. Under the sky, a giant bronze door appeared. Then it was slowly pushed open and a slender figure walked out. Everyone's gaze froze. Lin Ling had come out. Lin Ling. On the Great Qin Empire's side, everyone shouted in surprise. On the Heavenly Dragon Empire's side, the Duan family's side had ugly expressions. This Lin Ling was really a cockroach. At the last moment he could still come out. This was especially so for Duan Tianhe. He stared at the youth who walked out calmly and clenched his fists tightly. Every time he saw the youth's calm expression, he was infuriated. Lin Ling, how's your harvest? After Lin Ling walked down from the sky, the Heavenly Concubine and the rest immediately asked. It's all right. Lin Ling smiled. From the looks of the Heavenly Concubine and the rest, They must have obtained a great opportunity and benefited a lot. However, in terms of harvest, no one could compare to him. I obtained a half-spiritual storage ring and broke through to the next level. After smiling, Lin Ling said again. He did not mention the ancient flame devil. After all, this was his biggest secret. Unless it was a critical moment, he did not want to reveal it. Half-spirit artifact storage ring? Qin Xiao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. With their seniority, they naturally knew the value of a storage ring. It was a treasure that was even better than a rune bag. The crowd's eyes were filled with envy. Lin Ling had also obtained some benefits. It seemed like everyone who entered the ancient tomb had gained a lot. Hehe, although the storage ring is precious, it's only a supplementary item. In this world, strength is everything. If you don't improve your strength, you might not be able to protect your treasures. At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. It was young Master Xueling. From the looks of it, he seemed to have obtained a treasure that was even more valuable than Lin Ling's. Therefore, to him, Lin Ling's harvest was like trash. Young Master Xueling is so dashing. At a corner of the city wall, a large number of young geniuses cheered. These people came from the same martial arts palace as young Master Xueling, so it was natural for them to worship young Master Xueling even more. In addition, not long ago, Lin Ling's battle had left young Master Xueling helpless. They felt that their idol had been humiliated. Therefore, when they saw that their idol had regained his former pride and high spirits, they were even happier. Lin Ling is just a clown. If it weren't for the arrival of a big shot, he would have died at the hands of young Master Xueling. One of the young geniuses shouted the loudest. He seemed to want to attract young Master Xueling's attention and receive guidance from him. His words made young Master Xueling look over and nod his head in appreciation. That's not true. When young Master Xueling battled with Lin Ling, he seemed to be helpless against Lin Ling. Although young Master Xueling is the 18th young master, it doesn't mean that his reputation can crush everything. However, there were still people who spoke from a fair point of view. After all, they had all seen the battle at Master Mountain. Lin Ling had battled several people and finally faced young Master Xueling. Although he didn't defeat his opponent, at least he didn't lose. Therefore, it was clear who had won and who had lost. You're a disciple of the Great Sun Temple, right? You're not from the martial arts hall. I'm talking about the 18th young master. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling is just a piece of trash. If he dares to face young Master Xueling again, he will die. The young man's face turned cold, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. It was as if the other party had rebutted him in public and made him lose face. The young man who had spoken earlier frowned and fell silent. He was just speaking the truth. Moreover, although he was a disciple of the Great Sun Temple, he somewhat worshipped Lin Ling. After all, he had inquired about Lin Ling's deeds clearly. He was the most outstanding genius of his age. Of course, his rebuttal attracted the cold gaze of young Master Xueling from afar. His aura was like snow in June. The young man fell silent. He couldn't afford to offend him. Some people really have a lot of dogs. Their mouths are dirty. Did they eat shit? Everyone looked over. They saw that Lin Ling had been talking to the heavenly concubine and the others at the beginning, but now he was also looking over. The young man who had disdained Lin Ling felt his heart tremble, but he still looked back unyieldingly. The 18th young Master Xueling, was here. Why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? Moreover, he supported and worshipped young Master Xueling. Was there anything wrong with that? Everyone had the right to worship their idol. What right did Lin Ling have to talk about him? It's fine to worship others, but stepping on others to elevate the person you worship is too ugly. Most importantly, you said it in front of that person. Therefore, I'll give you 3 slaps to teach you a lesson. Slap. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He gently waved his right hand, and a strong wind attacked. It turned into a palm of spiritual energy and slapped towards the young man. How dare you? Slap. The young man roared. Lin Ling wanted to slap his face in front of young Master Xueling. You can't see yourself clearly. 10 slaps. Slap. However, an even colder voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then slap. 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 The young man's mouth was bleeding, and his body was sent flying. He was in an extremely sorry state. Many people secretly laughed. That young man was simply asking for a slap. After all, he worshipped others and no one objected. However, he dared to talk about Lin Ling in front of Lin Ling. Wasn't he asking for a beating? Did he think that he could look down on everyone just because young Master Xueling was here? However, Lin Ling was also arrogant. His strength was only about the same as young Master Xueling's, or even slightly weaker. Now that he had slapped young Master Xueling in front of him, how could young Master Xueling get out of this? Lin Ling, you hit my people? Slap. In the distance, young Master Xueling clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to slap him. That slap landed on someone else's face, but in fact it also landed on his own face. Why wouldn't I dare? Let him try saying another word. I'll kill him on the spot. Kill. Lin Ling looked indifferently and replied coldly. Young Master Xueling's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than before he entered the ancient tomb. Killing someone who worshipped him in front of him was not giving him any face at all. As for the young man who was sent flying in the distance, his face turned pale. He thought that Lin Ling was actually afraid of young Master Xueling, and that was why he dared to speak. However, looking at it now, Lin Ling was not afraid of young Master Xueling at all. Moreover, if he dared to say another word, Lin Ling would really kill him. Chapter 698. Demand justice. The truth is the truth. You dared to speak with the truth. This is your reward. Lin Ling said with a smile. The young man was a sensible person. In fact, it was clear who won and who lost in the Battle of Laoi Mountain. It was just that many people were afraid of the name of the 18th young master, and did not dare to say it. However, the young man insisted on his own position and was not afraid of power. He must be a person with a firm heart of martial arts. Thank you, the youth said gratefully. Lin Ling continued, in the future, you will surpass that youth with bad breath. He only worships others and not his own efforts. He is a piece of trash. However, you have your own stand and worship is not blind. Thank you, the young man said again. That guy is so lucky. On the side, many of the young geniuses from the martial arts hall were jealous because Lin Ling had rewarded them with a heavenly material and earthly treasure. If they had known this would happen, they would have stood out to speak up. Unfortunately, even if they spoke up now, Lin Ling might not give them the yang spiritual fruit. Young Master Xueling, I know you are not satisfied. I can give you a chance. If you want to fight, come now. Lin Ling looked at young Master Xueling in the distance. Young Master Xueling frowned. He also wanted to fight, but this was not a good time. After all, there were too many strong cultivators from the 3 ancient countries. Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that young Master Xueling was afraid, so he did not bother to say more. He would find young Master Xueling to end this battle. Haha, everyone had a good harvest. Let's go back. Qin Nan from the Great Qin Empire said plainly. With his seniority, he naturally did not care about what happened before. The only people who could make him wary were Lord Long from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Prince Duan from the Duan family of justice. Wait. At this moment a cold voice rang out. The person who spoke did not seem to want the people from the Great Qin Empire to leave. The crowd was puzzled. The battle at the old tomb was over and the 3 ancient countries each had their own harvest. However, why did someone not want the people from the Great Qin Empire to leave? Figure walked out. He had one hand behind his back and his long robe fluttered in the wind. It was the soaring dragon prince, the dragon god. After he walked out, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire remained silent. They seemed to be supporting the dragon god. When the 10 of us entered the old tomb, we had already agreed that we would let go of all grudges. But some people took the opportunity to frame others. The dragon monarch said indifferently, causing the crowd to come to a realization. That's right, 10 people entered the tomb, but the 4 from the Great Qin Empire didn't die. On the other hand, only 3 people from the other 2 ancient countries were left. There was definitely something fishy going on. What are you trying to do? Qin Nan as the leader of the Great Qin Empire. Only justice for the dead. The dragon god was not afraid of him. Lord Long stood behind him. His eyes flashed, but he remained silent. He was also supporting the dragon god. The Great Qin Empire did not lose a single person, so the spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits and treasures that they obtained will naturally be more. However, both of our ancient empires have lost people and they were framed. This will cause our harvest to decrease. However, things have already happened and we will not be calculative. However, your harvest must be split equally. The dragon god spoke again. He valued Linling's young spiritual fruit. After all, the two ancient countries may have obtained treasures, but in terms of value, they could not compare to the young spiritual fruit. Bastard, who do you think you are? Do you think you can take it whenever you want? Qin Nan shouted sternly. Master Qin, why are you so angry? Am I not speaking the truth? If it wasn't for Linling among you who framed our people, how could our people have died? Lord Long finally spoke. His face was calm. The words of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are also the words of the Duan family. Prince Duan was still riding on his Qilin. He spoke coldly. The two ancient countries were forcing the Great Qin Empire to hand over their harvest. The reason was because too many of their people died in the tomb. This was brought by Lin Ling. Nonsense. Qin Zhengtian could not hold back anymore. Were they the ones who killed the two ancient countries? The first was killed by the Black Lightning because of his greed. The second was poisoned to death by the golden corpses in the corpse cave. If it wasn't for Lin Ling leading the way, the two countries would have been completely annihilated inside. Furthermore, it was Lin Ling who saved them from the mysterious heart. It was fine if they were not grateful, but they wanted to share Lin Ling's harvest. How despicable! Lin Ling knew that the first person who died was dangerous, but he did not mention it. Isn't he the one who killed them? Lord Long said coldly. Yes, and in the corpse cave our people were captured by the golden corpse. Lin Ling could have saved them, but he did not. This is also Lin Ling's fault. Duan Tiangang also spoke, targeting Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very familiar with the tomb, but he did not warn us. Sometimes he even led us in the wrong direction. He wanted us to be wiped out. This person is too evil. And because of our agreement, even though Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, we did not attack Lin Ling. Therefore, the Great Qin Empire should compensate us. Lord Xueling's voice also sounded. The three of them were involved, so they had the right to speak. The eyes of the heavenly concubine and Qin Zhengtian turned red. These people were despicable. They wanted to kill Lin Ling many times in the tomb, but they did not dare to because of the taboo in the tomb. Yet, they said it was an agreement. Furthermore, those people were seeking death. Lin Ling did not save them, nor did he stop them. Their deaths were blamed on Lin Ling. This was too tyrannical. Some people are very thick-skinned. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lord Qianqi Duan Tiangang, Lord Tenglong, and Lord Xueling were saved by him. Although Lin Ling did not save them intentionally, they were still indebted to him. However, they were not grateful. Instead, they wanted to kill Lin Ling. Did they think that he was a pushover? Lin Ling, stop pretending. Since you don't want to hand over the reward, fine. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is not a tyrannical country. Let's fight and the winner will get your storage ring. This is very fair. The dragon god looked at Lin Ling and said, That's right. The Great Qin Empire will take out the reward and share it with the battle. Duan Tiangang agreed. Can you be any greedier? Using battle to decide the harvest, but the Great Qin Empire's harvest is to be shared. Why don't you guys also take out all your harvest and share it fairly? Qin Nan said angrily, causing the people from the two ancient kingdoms to become silent. The dragon god thought that he had gained a lot. How could he take it out? Duan Tiangang was the same. They used the battle to decide the reward and share the Great Qin Empire's reward. What a bunch of hypocritical and selfish people. However, if you want to reap the rewards, then fight to the death. Prince Duan, Lord Long, although your two ancient kingdoms have joined forces and are stronger than us, I can guarantee that after this battle, other than the two of you, everyone else will die here. Chapter 699. One battle to determine the winner. The experts from the two ancient empires frowned. Their opponents had two clan lords from the Great Qin Empire. If they really fought, it would be a bitter battle. Nobody could guarantee that the younger generations of the ancient empires would be safe and sound. Hence, for a moment they fell silent, but they were still unwilling to give up. How about this? Each of you take out your gains. One battle to determine the winner. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and said calmly. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling did not seem to be afraid of a battle. Okay. The dragon god and the rest nodded their heads in agreement. They had the upper hand in the battle. After all, Lin Ling's strength was weaker than theirs to begin with. In addition to the fortunate encounters they had obtained in the ancient tomb, it was easy for them to defeat Lin Ling's group. Okay, I will go first. Young Master Xueling walked out first. His gaze landed on the four from the Great Qin Empire. The first one he wanted to fight was the Heavenly Concubine. According to his guess, the Heavenly Concubine might have obtained a spiritual weapon, the Heavenly Fish Halberd. Spiritual weapons were very scary. They could allow one to soar. He was sure that the Heavenly Concubine would surpass him in the future. Hence, he wanted to snatch that spiritual weapon before the Heavenly Concubine matured. The Heavenly Concubine also sensed his gaze. Her brows furrowed. She was not as powerful as young Master Xueling. After all, the latter was the 18th young master, a prodigy below the age of 20. The Heavenly Concubine's cultivation time was still too short. Among the four from the Great Qin Empire, only Qin Ji was qualified to defeat young Master Xueling. Young Master Xueling, I will accompany you in this battle. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. He also sensed that young Master Xueling's first goal was to snatch the Heavenly Concubine's gains. I will take out my gains. The green ring, a large number of yang spiritual fruits, a number of spiritual crystals and other treasures. Lin Ling said again. Young Master Xueling frowned but nodded without hesitation. Lin Ling could go first. After killing Lin Ling, he could continue to snatch the Heavenly Concubine's spiritual weapon. I will take out the worldly creation fruit, a large number of spiritual crystals and 100 types of martial arts of the royal class. Young Master Xueling, Master Xueling. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. Young Master Xueling was very cunning. After all, Lin Ling's treasures were priceless, but the other party took out some ordinary treasures. Did he think that Lin Ling was a fool? Young Master Xueling's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling was mocking him in front of everyone, but he soon forgot about it. He walked forward step by step, and an ice fan appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly, and his calm demeanor made the hearts of many young geniuses surge. Young Master Xueling seems to be very confident. Young Master Xueling then spoke in an indifferent voice. Are you mocking me for being stingy? Then I'll take out a 9-revolution royal spirit fruit. This is one of the harvests I obtained from the ancient tomb. It can increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the royal spirit realm. In addition, I also obtained a half-step spirit artifact, the Great Flame Bell. It's extremely helpful to a fire attribute cultivator's cultivation. Of course, the premise is that you can get it. How bold! The crowd was shocked. Even Duan Tiangang's eyes flickered. It seemed that young Master Xueling's harvest in the ancient tomb was not bad. They had heard of the 9-revolution royal spirit fruit. As long as a cultivator reached the peak of the king spirit realm, eating this fruit would increase their chances of breaking through to the royal spirit realm by 80%. Moreover, there were no side effects. For those who cultivated slowly or had no hope of breaking through to the royal spirit realm in their lifetime, this was a true heavenly treasure. As for the half-step spirit artifact, the Great Flame Bell, it should be an auxiliary spirit artifact. Unfortunately, young Master Xueling was an ice attribute spirit artifact, so it was useless to him. However, to be able to carry the name of a spirit artifact, this treasure was priceless. Young Master Xueling is very confident. The Dragon Monarch suddenly laughed, and the crowd understood. Young Master Xueling took out a precious treasure because he was confident that he would win. It seemed that young Master Xueling would definitely obtain Lin Ling's storage ring. Come out, it's too late for you to regret not fighting now. Young Master Xueling waved his ice fan and said, it's not enough to just fight based on the loot. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Lin Ling, if you want my treasure, you'll have to fight with your life. His tone was arrogant, as if Lin Ling was already in his grasp. Remember what you said. Lin Ling nodded and walked out step by step. The people of the two ancient kingdoms sneered. Lin Ling had indeed been tricked. He was greedy for young Master Xueling's treasure and agreed to fight to the death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that no matter how precious the treasure was, he had to be alive to take it. Haha, you agreed. Young Master Xueling laughed and looked at the great Qin Empire. Lin Ling has agreed. Don't stop him later. Otherwise, if he goes back on his words, the great Qin Empire will lose all of its dignity. In the distance, Qin Nan and the others frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In the end they nodded. In fact, they were also confused. Why did Lin Ling want to fight to the death? Did he really want young Master Xueling's treasure? Lin Ling, no one can help you now. Young Master Xueling seemed to be even happier after Qin Nan and the others nodded. He looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lin Ling let out a sigh. It seemed like young Master Xueling was determined to kill him. He didn't know where young Master Xueling got his confidence from. Do you think I need help? Of course. If you didn't show up last time, I would have killed you. Young Master Xueling said proudly. Didn't you notice that I've reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? Lin Ling said again. Young Master Xueling glanced at him with disdain. So what? It wasn't like he hadn't killed someone at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He'd even killed someone at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Not to mention, he'd come out of the tomb with a huge increase in strength. His confidence had grown even stronger. You're pathetic, but since that's the case, I have nothing else to say. Let's begin. Lin Ling shook his head. He drew the sword on his back and an invincible aura spread out. I'm pathetic? You won't be able to say that in a while. Young Master Xueling smiled disdainfully. An icy aura spread out from his body like mist, causing frost to appear on the ground. It was extremely terrifying. The two geniuses appeared below the walls of the Xianhuang city, attracting the attention of countless people. This time young Master Xueling will win. He'll definitely win. Lin Ling didn't defeat young Master Xueling last time. After this trip to the ancient tomb, young Master Xueling's strength must have increased greatly. He won't be afraid of Lin Ling. The crowd discussed animatedly. Duan Tiangang and the Dragon God smiled coldly. They had come to the battle at the Old Master Mountain later, so they didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. However, when they thought about it, Lin Ling was only a so-so. My confidence is not without reason. You're only strong because of the fire element martial art, Scorching Sunday. However, this martial art has a huge flaw. Perhaps you haven't noticed it yourself. Young Master Xueling said confidently. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his other hand. A beautiful ice tree grew out from his palm. The ice tree bloomed, and the flower buds were crystal clear. It was like a beautiful piece of art. Plum blossoms in the corner, I bloom alone. At the same time, an arrogant voice came from his mouth. He gently plucked a flower and raised it towards Lin Ling. He made his move. Chapter 700. At that moment you were already dead. Crack. The ice flower seemed to be spinning slowly, but it seemed to be able to freeze space itself. Lin Ling was unable to avoid it. Furthermore, Lin Ling sensed that young Master Xueling's power of ice and snow contained martial intent. However, Lin Ling had never planned to avoid it. Gripping the sword with both hands, Lin Ling slashed down. Crack! The sword split the flower into two, but the terrifying power of ice and snow exploded, freezing Lin Ling into an ice sculpture, and a large area of ice appeared under his feet. What a terrifying ice ability! Pa pa pa! However, in the next moment, the ice sculptures shattered, and Lin Ling's body reappeared. Those ice sculptures couldn't affect him at all. After all, he was fire, so why would he fear ice? Hee, it's just a random icicle plum blossom. And it's already so difficult for you to block. Sai, how are you going to fight? Young Master Xueling shook his head and said, your only advantage is the blazing sun, but you didn't discover the weakness of that martial art. Let me tell you that martial art takes a very long time to prepare. You can use that martial art to kill the rhinoceros eagle fort's first master, but it won't be of much help when facing a true genius. That seems to be the case. During the battle at Old Master Mountain, Lin Ling seemed to need some time to gather the flames of the blazing sun. Young Master Schwelling's observation skills are amazing. The crowd was shocked and immediately reacted. If that was the case, then as long as Linling was not allowed to use Blazing Sun, then Linling would definitely lose. You talk a lot of nonsense. However, at this moment, Linling shook his head. The Blazing Sun was his martial art. How could he not know this flaw? What a joke that young Master Schwelling actually thought that he was good enough to give him pointers. Linling, I'll kindly accept your treasure. Young Master Schwelling smiled, as if he was exasperated by Linling's ignorance. Then, he gently patted the ice tree in his palm. 100 flowers bloom. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless ice flowers shot towards Linling like a blizzard. Moreover, the space was frozen. Linling had nowhere to run. The crowd widened their eyes, afraid that they would miss something. Linling was going to be defeated in one move? At this moment, Linling shook his head again. He couldn't understand where young Master Schwelling's confidence came from. Then, he gently slashed out with the sword in his hand. Sword intent gushed out, revealing its sharpness. Although it seemed that the level of sword intent hadn't increased, in fact, the power he controlled had become stronger. Whoosh! With a slash of the sword, countless ice flowers were split into two, causing half of the sky to snow, but Linling was unscathed. What? Young Master Snow Spirit's pupils constricted. He was very familiar with Linling's sword intent. According to his own assessment, Linling shouldn't be able to break through his ice martial arts. However, the truth was the opposite. What a powerful sword. It's much sharper than last time. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. They originally thought that Linling might not be able to block that move. Even if he could block it, he would definitely have to use all of his strength. However, after Linling's sword strike, he easily broke through it. Linling's strength seemed to have increased by leaps and bounds. You said that my Scorching Sun has a flaw, and that it takes a long time to charge up. Now take a look, Linling said indifferently. He stretched out his left hand and a blazing sun appeared. In the sky, countless rays of light were sucked in like fireflies. Ever since he faced the three bodies of consciousness at the altar, Linling's control over his will like silk had become stronger. The advantage was that besides the increase in the power of his martial intent, the time it took to execute martial arts was greatly reduced. Moreover, the execution of the Scorching Sun was considered slow. When he combined two martial intents, the time it took was even shorter, and its power wasn't any weaker than the Scorching Sun. That's the Scorching Sun, Sparrow Sun? How did you manage to charge it up in such a short time? Young Master Schwelling's pupils constricted. Previously, it was that martial art that made him afraid to get close to Linling. He thought that as long as he could defend against that martial art, Linling wouldn't be worth mentioning. However, this time, Linling's quick execution of the Scorching Sun made him feel as though he had been slapped in the face. I don't understand. Where did your arrogance come from? You actually gave me pointers. Linling waved his right hand and threw out the huge blazing sun, causing the crowd to panic. Young Master Schwelling's face turned pale. In his anxiety, he exploded with a terrifying frost energy. Soon after, the blazing sun enveloped him. Rumble! The world of ice and fire collided, causing the earth to tremble. A destructive aura swept out in all directions. Puff! Young Master Schwelling spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into ice fog and appeared in another direction. In the previous collision, he noticed that Linling had quickly executed the Scorching Sun. Its power was almost on par with the Scorching Sun. This meant that Linling no longer had any weaknesses. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure attacked quickly and a sword descended from the sky. Extreme frost! Young Master Schwelling roared again. He knew that Linling was about to attack again. What angered him the most was that he had barely managed to block the Scorching Sun blaze. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and he could not circulate his spirit chi. Pa! Frost condensed and a huge crystal-like ice appeared, firmly freezing young Master Schwelling and protecting him. What a powerful frost energy! Defending in such a hurry is simply impregnable. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that young Master Schwelling would be in a difficult situation after being at a disadvantage in the first move. However, young Master Schwelling's battle awareness was beyond their imagination. However, so what if his defense was strong? Lin Ling was not afraid of young Master Xueling when he was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. Now that he was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, young Master Xueling was like an ant to him. Swoosh! The sword continued to slash down. It looked very ordinary, without any fluctuation of spiritual qi. Many people were not optimistic about this sword. However, the eyes of Qin Nan and the other experts narrowed. What a terrifying control of the true intent of martial arts. Crack! The sword slashed down and a sword mark appeared on the huge ice. Then it exploded with a bang, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Whoosh! At the same time, young Master Xueling's right arm was chopped off by the sword. His face turned pale as he kept retreating. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. As I said, you're very sad. You could have died a little later, but you chose to dig your own grave. Lin Ling's voice was extremely faint as it appeared beside young Master Xueling's ears. Besides, you're very shameless. How many times have I saved you in the old tomb? You still want to kill me. I already told you that I'm at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but you didn't even realize it. Ice! The cold voice sounded again. The sword moved and young Master Xueling's other arm was chopped off. His eyes were wide open. Everything happened too fast. He could not block those swords at all. He was scared. Why did Lin Ling's strength increase so much after reaching the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? The crowd could not believe their eyes. It was as if everything in front of them was a dream. One of the 18 young masters, young Master Xueling, who was on par with Lin Ling in the past, was completely defeated at this moment. Not long ago, Lin Ling emphasized that he had reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. At that time, young Master Xueling did not care at all. But now, how could he not care? Perhaps he was regretting it now. He regretted issuing the challenge. I admit defeat. Young Master Xueling's arms were chopped off, but he endured the pain and shouted. He was completely scared. When you used the treasure to lure me into a fight to the death, you were already dead. Chapter 701. Battling the Dragon God again. The crowd stared at Lin Ling's back before looking at young Master Xueling. Young Master Xueling was still standing there, but he was no longer as confident as before. Instead, his face was filled with panic. However, he did not seem to have been defeated, so why did Lin Ling keep his sword? Bang! At this moment, a mist of blood exploded. Young Master Xueling's body shook and turned into dust. That's right, he turned into dust with one sword. It looked like a calm sword, but it was controlled like silk. It was incomparably terrifying. What a sharp sword! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. One of the 18 young masters of the generation had died here. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Is this his full strength? Not bad. Bang! This was the first time Duan Tiangang and the Dragon God had seen Lin Ling's strength. They could not help but frown. Lin Ling was quite powerful. As for Qin Zhengtian and the rest, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew Lin Ling's strength very well, and they also thought that Lin Ling would win this battle. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to win so easily. Fire out, sword slash. All enemies destroyed. Lin Ling's growth speed was too terrifying. Lin Ling, good job. Bang! Qin Nan and Qin Shao were excited. In this battle, not only did Lin Ling kill those hypocrites, he also brought glory to the great Qin Empire. As for the heavenly concubine, she gently smiled. She had a feeling that with so many people entering the ancient tomb, Lin Ling was likely the one with the greatest gains. After all, although they had also obtained lucky chances and their strength had increased, most of them didn't immediately display their strength. But Lin Ling seemed to display his strength immediately. No wonder Lin Ling took so long to leave the tomb. Many people in the crowd had the same thought. Lin Ling's sudden increase in strength must have been due to an opportunity in the tomb. After that, many people were looking forward to seeing who the great Qin Empire would send out next. Next, one of you two or both of you together. However, in the silence, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out, causing those people who were deep in thought to tremble fiercely. Lin Ling was very arrogant. After winning the battle, he didn't choose to rest. Instead, he continued to fight. He even said to Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch, Which one of you wants to fight? If you're afraid, then both of you can fight together. Could it be that this guy was planning to fight the two young masters by himself? At this moment, everyone discovered that Lin Ling was very arrogant and insolent. Even Qin Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, he was also an 18th young master, but he didn't have the confidence to say such words. Lin Ling isn't a reckless person. Since he spoke like this, he must have some confidence. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh in excitement, causing Xiao Nan's complexion to change. He wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, but after interacting with him, he discovered just how terrifying this youth was. When he was low-key, he would endure silently. When he was high-profile, he would be frivolous to the world. Moreover, this youth was definitely angry. After all, in the ancient tomb, this youth had saved Duan Tiangang and the others. However, Duan Tiangang and the others repaid his kindness with enmity and even tried to kill him. Thus, this youth didn't plan on holding back. My treasures, in addition to young Master Xueling's treasures, are more than enough for you to go on stage. Why don't you dare? Are you used to being called trash by me in the ancient tomb? Lin Ling coldly shouted once more. His handsome face and slender body caused the eyes of the 7 Martial Hall geniuses to constantly flicker. At this moment, Lin Ling was extremely dazzling, as if he was a true genius that they should worship. It seems that your harvest in the ancient tomb was not bad. You can't even see yourself clearly. Finally, the Dragon Monarch's icy voice rang out. He didn't fear Lin Ling at all. He only thought that Lin Ling's arrogance was hilarious. Not to mention the fact that he had experienced the ancient tomb. Even if he hadn't, he still had the confidence to kill Lin Ling. So you're here. Alright, tell me your treasures. Lin Ling indifferently said. The Dragon Monarch nodded. Half-spiritual weapon, heaven-striking axe. As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual weapon appeared in the Dragon Monarch's hand. As soon as the spiritual weapon appeared, many people found it difficult to breathe. This was a kind of innate pressure, as if the spiritual weapon had a spirit of its own, and everyone had to bow down to it. A powerful spiritual weapon could increase a cultivator's battle strength by almost 50%. Although the Dragon Monarch had just obtained a spiritual weapon and hadn't fully grasped it, it could increase his strength by at least 20%. The Dragon Monarch was a peak mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, ranked 8th among the 18 young masters. In the Rainforest Sacred Ground's 7 martial halls, as long as one was under 20 years old, there were only a handful of people who could defeat him. With such a genius and a spiritual weapon, who could be his opponent? My king physique is the same as yours, but my cultivation realm is higher than yours. In terms of martial arts foundation, I have 60% martial intent. Therefore, if you only have a pitiful amount of luck in the ancient tomb, I advise you to kill yourself as soon as possible. Maybe I'll leave you with a complete corpse. The Dragon Monarch walked forward step by step, his aura majestic, like a dragon soaring through the clouds. This was his dragon bloodline. Dragon Monarch, can you give me young Master Xueling's blazing great bell? I'm interested in that half-spiritual weapon. Of course, I'll give you something in exchange. At this time, Duan Tiangang's calm voice sounded. He seemed to think that the Dragon Monarch would win for sure. Sure, 500 wandering spirit earth flowers, and I'll give you the blazing great bell. The Dragon Monarch said indifferently, making Duan Tiangang nod. He then said, in the ancient tomb you should have more than one lucky chance, right? Are you hiding something? The two of them ignored Lin Ling, as if they thought that no matter how good Lin Ling's luck in the ancient tomb was, it couldn't be compared to theirs. They thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. You've seen through me. I've also obtained a part of the wind inheritance. The Dragon Monarch smiled helplessly, which made the crowd squint their eyes. The Dragon Monarch's luck was really great. Not only did he obtain a large amount of natural treasures, he even obtained a half-spiritual weapon, the sky-striking axe, and the wind inheritance. Whoosh! Along with the Dragon Monarch's arrogant voice, he seemed to want to prove himself to everyone. A terrifying gust of wind appeared and shrouded the Dragon Monarch, making him seem like a dragon in the wind. Ha ha ha, Junior hit it well. If Lin Ling didn't defeat young Master Xueling and arrogantly challenged two people at the same time, Junior might still hide it. Lord Long laughed happily from afar, feeling proud of the dragon monarch. Of course, he also knew that if Lin Ling didn't act so arrogantly, the dragon monarch wouldn't have revealed all his lucky chances. The reason why he did so was because he wanted Lin Ling to regret it before he died. He also wanted to know how powerful young Master Soaring Dragon was. It seems like I don't need to help you anymore. Duan Tiangang shook his head and smiled. He secretly classified the dragon monarch as an extremely troublesome opponent. Then, he looked at Lin Ling, wondering what Lin Ling's reaction would be. It's a pity that the wind inheritance belongs to an individual, and isn't considered a treasure. Otherwise, I would really want to take it away. I can only reluctantly take the half-spiritual weapon, the sky-striking axe. However, Lin Ling's helpless voice sounded, which made many people focus their attention. They knew that the dragon monarch was so powerful, but Lin Ling still didn't fear him. He even thought that the sky-striking axe was already Lin Ling's treasure. This arrogance was beyond their imagination. Dragon monarch, this guy is too arrogant. You must kill him. Chapter 702. Space of Wind Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling looked at them with disdain. He stretched out his left hand and the flames condensed into a huge vermilion bird. He then waved it gently. You've displayed your pride, and the treasure has been announced. Now let's end this quickly. Lin Ling's arrogant voice made the hearts of even more people tremble. Lin Ling seemed to want to take the initiative to attack, and he wanted to end the battle quickly. Could it be that he had not used his full strength in the battle against Prince Xueling? Dream on. The dragon god's face was extremely ugly. Lin Ling's arrogant attitude surprised him. This meant that Lin Ling was not afraid of him. Even though he had shown a terrifying advantage, Lin Ling still treated him like an ant. Rumble. The flames of the great vermilion bird had arrived in front of the dragon god. It was the true meaning of fire and was extremely terrifying. The dragon god's eyes narrowed as he held the giant axe with both hands and slashed it out. Roar! A green dragon accompanied the slash of the axe. It was incomparably terrifying. The extreme power of the wind swept out. Obviously, the dragon god's king body had changed to the wind attribute, and he had the ancient bloodline of the dragon. Boom! The vermilion bird and the azure dragon collided. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. That was the collision of fire against fire. Many people narrowed their eyes and retreated. However, when they looked over, they saw a figure on the ground with both hands holding a sword. It was as if he had descended from the sky and was about to slash the dragon god. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was terrifying. Before the first move ended, he had already followed up with a second move. Moreover, that move was incomparably terrifying. It contained the true meaning of sword. Dominating the world. A cold voice came from below the city wall as the giant sword slashed down. Lin Ling. Roar! The dragon monarch roared in anger. Lin Ling was too calm. After the eruption of the true intent of fire, the true intent of sword followed closely behind. It was as though Lin Ling was casually suppressing him. To be able to do this, it meant that Lin Ling's mastery of those martial arts had already reached the point of perfection. Of course, that was the truth. After reaching the Emperor Spirit Realm, Lin Ling could use his martial arts with greater ease. This was the benefit of a higher realm. 2 true intents of martial arts were enough to suppress a genius like the dragon monarch. Boom! The giant sword and giant axe collided, causing sparks to fly everywhere. On one side was the sword intent, and on the other side was the ancient dragon's bloodline and half-spirit weapon. The terrifying power exploded out, causing a corner of the mysterious yellow city wall to collapse. Rumble! At the moment when the city wall collapsed, the dragon god was dragon god was dragon god was dragon god art? You're holding a half-spiritual weapon, yet you can only unleash this little bit of power. You young Master Soaring Dragon are truly a disgrace. Xiao. One had to know that when he was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm, he had been challenged by the strongest Emperor Spirit Realm consciousness avatar and defeated it. Now that he was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the Dragon Monarch was no match for him. Even if the Dragon Monarch was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. Boom! Two terrifying true intents of martial arts exploded, causing the city walls to collapse once again. A figure was sent flying out. It was still the Dragon King. What a crazy Lin Ling! The crowd had forgotten to blink as they stared fixedly at the battle. They had not expected Lin Ling to be able to suppress the Dragon Monarch. This meant that in the previous battle with young Master Xueling, Lin Ling had easily defeated him. He probably did not even use 30% of his strength. His mastery of the true intent of martial is very formidable. Qin Nan and Qin Xiao said one after another. They were completely unable to understand how Lin Ling had comprehended the true intent of martial. Why was it that although it seemed to be a 60% true intent of martial, Lin Ling was able to control it like a fish in water? Of course, they didn't know that at the altar, Lin Ling had long since learned how to control wool like silk when facing the terrifying consciousness. As for the Justice Duan family, Duan Tianhe's eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Ling had grown up, and his strength was getting closer and closer, making him feel incomparably apprehensive. This great enemy was very terrifying, and had to be completely eliminated. Lin Ling. The Dragon Monarch roared. His hair was in a mess. He had never thought that Lin Ling would be able to suppress him. On the Master Mountain, you were high and mighty when you asked me for the key, as if I was giving it to you as a reward. Why are you so angry now? In the distance, Lin Ling sneered. He raised his left hand, and the scorching sun appeared once again. He then slapped at the Dragon Monarch. I called you trash in the old tomb, and I'll still call you trash outside. Along with the cold voice, the scorching sun swept out like a solar storm. Many people realized that Lin Ling was more like the 18th young master. Young Master Tung Long was like a mediocre person in front of Lin Ling. Roaming azure dragon wind. At this moment, the Dragon Monarch finally erupted with an unstoppable force. Countless terrifying azure dragons erupted from his body, and in all directions, they actually shattered the blazing sun attack. Those azure dragons seemed somewhat illusory, but they were actually formed from wind. In addition, a faint sandalwood fragrance drifted out. The wind inheritance had appeared. Originally, the Dragon Monarch didn't plan to use this trump card. He was showing off earlier to prove how strong he was and how insignificant Lin Ling was. However, he realized that he was wrong. If he didn't use his trump card, Lin Ling would kill him with a storm of attacks. Therefore, he had no choice but to use it. The wind inheritance that I obtained isn't the ordinary true intent of wind, but the wind of space. Lin Ling, from this moment onwards, you will be trapped in a nightmare. You will never know where I will appear in space, and as long as you are struck by my sky-striking axe, you will die. The Dragon Monarch disappeared. Only a large amount of sandalwood fragrance drifted out. This wasn't the speed of the wind but the space of the wind. This meant that the Dragon Monarch had entered space. Although that space wasn't as vast as the old tomb, it was still enough to make people tremble in fear. Because the opponent wouldn't be able to catch the Dragon Monarch's figure. There were no footsteps, no sound, and not even a shadow or spirit energy fluctuation. What a terrifying wind inheritance! In addition to the Dragon Monarch's king physique and half-spirit artifact, Lin Ling's show had come to an end. This also proved that the benefits the Dragon Monarch obtained in this trip to the old tomb were terrifying. Whoosh! Below the city walls, large amounts of green wind dragons flew. Occasionally, they would attack Lin Ling and disturb Lin Ling's vision. Lin Ling stood there quietly, his expression calm. The space around him was incomparably strange. It was as if a giant axe would chop down at any moment. It was impossible to guard against. Dad, do you need to help Lin Ling? In the distance, Qin Zhongtan frowned. He realized that this level of battle had exceeded his imagination. If he was in the middle of it, he wouldn't be able to fight back. Qin Xiao shook his head. He was also surprised by the Dragon Monarch's strength. However, at this time it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. After all, if he made a move, the experts of the two ancient countries would also make a move. Therefore, he could only rely on Lin Ling. Lin Ling is going to die. Chapter 703. Shocking Strength. Lin Ling's attacks were crazy, but the Dragon Monarch's attacks weren't weak either. It was just that Lin Ling had been suppressing the Dragon Monarch, but now that the Dragon Monarch had disappeared, He might be able to kill Lin Ling in a single move. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. Spatial martial arts were a higher realm of movement martial arts, above the true intent of wind and true intent of cloud. If Lin Ling couldn't break through it, what use would it be? Unless Lin Ling's sword was faster, or his fire could burn into space. But it was difficult. First, no matter how fast a sword was, it couldn't be faster than the speed of space. Second, if fire could burn into space, what kind of fire could do that? Die. At this time, a voice like that of an ancient war god rang out. In front of Lin Ling, a spatial fluctuation appeared and a wind-shaped azure dragon rushed out, its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow Lin Ling whole. So fast, I can't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Many people's hearts trembled. The space of wind was indeed strange. Lin Ling wouldn't be able to react in time. However, Lin Ling didn't move at all. Although he couldn't see the dragon monarch's figure, his soul force was extremely strong. As long as he locked onto his surroundings, he would be able to sense the dragon monarch rushing out of space. Therefore, when the space in front of him was torn apart and the wind-shaped azure dragon appeared, Lin Ling didn't move at all. He knew that it wasn't the dragon monarch. The dragon monarch was very cautious. He had the mysterious power of the space of wind, but he still didn't dare to attack directly. Pa! Lin Ling stretched out a hand and a blazing flame erupted. His palm blocked the wind-shaped azure dragon. This method of dealing with all changes caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's reaction was very fast, and his true intent of fire was very strong. After all, that wind-shaped azure dragon wasn't something that an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator could block. Chi-Chi. Although he blocked it, Lin Ling's figure was pushed back. But at this time, a strange spatial fluctuation appeared behind Lin Ling. The dragon monarch had finally made a move. A giant axe that seemed like an ancient azure dragon fiercely chopped down. This chop contained the might of a half-spirit artifact, as well as the power of a dragon's bloodline. If Lin Ling could not block this attack, then he would die. Lin Ling. Onlookers could see things more clearly. Heavenly Concubine and the others anxiously shouted. They could see things even more clearly. Moreover, Lin Ling's situation was not very good. He was being attacked by the wind-shaped azure dragon. By the time he reacted, it would be too late. Am I going to die? Many people widened their eyes. However, what they didn't see was that Lin Ling was carrying the dragon monarch on his back, but his lips were curved in a cold smile. His right hand, which had been hanging by his side all this time, was still tightly gripping his greatsword. The greatsword had actually begun to emit flames. The flames burned brighter and brighter, fusing with the true intent of the sword. Junior, be careful. That small change couldn't escape Lord Long's eyes. He could sense that Lin Ling's sword had become incomparably terrifying, even more terrifying than before. It had the sharpness of a sword, but also the destruction of fire. A terrifying voice rang out in his mind, the fusion of the true intent of martial arts. This is bad. Duan Tiangang also reacted to Lord Long's shout. He crazily shot towards Lin Ling. He had a feeling that the dragon monarch was about to be defeated. And once the dragon monarch was defeated, then he would have to face Lin Ling. If it was before, he wouldn't fear Lin Ling at all. But now he didn't dare to say such words. Lin Ling's strength was shocking. He wasn't much weaker than him. Too slow. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him. He slashed out with his sword. Bang! A terrifying sword appeared. It was as dazzling as a meteor, but the sword light seemed to come from the horizon. What? The dragon monarch who had just rushed out of space widened his eyes. He could sense the smell of death. That sword was terrifying. This caused him to anxiously withdraw his attack and hurriedly hide in space. But he was too slow. Everything was too slow. He schemed against Lin Ling, but in reality, Lin Ling was also scheming against him. Bang! That sword followed him into space, even tearing apart a small area of space. Plop! A figure fell out of space. This person's entire body was burning in flames, but his head was gone. His arm was tightly gripping the sky-striking axe. He was the dragon monarch, and now he was killed by a single sword, dominating the world. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. This meant that the sword was faster than sound. Silence. Below the city walls there was a deathly silence. What a terrifying sword. That sword actually burned space and tore it apart. Could that sword have 70% or even 80% of the true intent of the sword? The fusion of the true intent of martial arts. Qin Nan stared ahead in disbelief. His body was trembling. Previously, he was worried about Lin Ling, wondering how Lin Ling was going to defeat him. However, Lin Ling's answer was simple. As long as the Dragon Monarch dared to show up, he would never have the chance to enter the space again. The Dragon Monarch could not block the sword. Even if he reacted quickly, it was useless. The sword would still slay him after entering the space. To be able to merge two true intents of martial arts, the first person in the sacred land of the rainforest, if he was not a genius, then what was? Young Master Tunglong has lost too. The crowd stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength was too shocking. Young Master Tunglong, one of the 18 young masters, thought that he could look down on everyone because he had obtained a great fortune in the ancient tomb. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling's fortune was even greater than his? Lin Ling did not show any treasure, but his strength. This meant that Lin Ling's harvest was the increase of his strength. At the thought of this, many people felt bitter. In the beginning, when Lin Ling said that he had obtained the storage ring, many people were still laughing at him, saying that Lin Ling did not obtain any offensive treasures and that he had gained the least. But now who could still laugh? So what if he did not have an offensive spiritual weapon? Lin Ling had the strength. Junior. The Dragon Monarch's eyes turned red. He could not wait to kill Lin Ling on the spot. He felt like he was in a dream. Not long ago, he had brought the Dragon Monarch to the Master Mountain. At that time, he had seen a little ant obtain the key. He had wanted the little ant to give up the key, but the little ant had refused. He was not angry at that time because it was just an ant. But now, how could he not be angry? Because it was not an ant, but a genius that could kill the pride of their heavenly dragon empire. Lin Ling die. Die. At the same time, Duan Tiangang had already arrived. He wanted to save the Dragon Monarch, but he was too late. Blade of Nirvana. Die. Lin Ling's gaze did not waver. He was still indifferent. He had already sensed that Duan Tiangang would make a move, so he had already prepared his soul force attack. Soul force attacks are useless against me. My weapon is a true spiritual weapon, the chaotic evil sword. Die. Duan Tiangang's hoarse voice echoed in the air. He seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's attack. His sword was not big, but it was 3 feet long. It emitted a light like a sea urchin, making him look like a sword saint. This sword was different from Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's was a domineering and magnificent sword, while his was a sword saint's sword. Wang Wang. All the soul force attacks were blocked by the sword. The sword was green in color and emitted sound waves. It could actually protect its owner and shatter the soul force attack. Chapter 704. The biggest winner. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently as they looked at the figures that were like celestial soldiers. Lin Ling had actually made the 3 princes take turns to fight. Even if Lin Ling lost this battle, his name would still resound throughout the 100 territories. So Duan Tiangang is the biggest winner in the tomb. Qin Yuan. Qin Nan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling seemed to be in danger. Even he felt that Duan Tiangong's sword was troublesome. It was a spiritual weapon, not a half-spiritual weapon. It was a true spiritual weapon. Make your move. Qin Yuan. He couldn't watch Lin Ling die in Duan Tiangong's hands. After all, Lin Ling's potential was terrifying. In time, he would surpass Duan Tiangang. Wait. Qin Yuan. At this moment, Qin Nan frowned and said, at this moment, the great Qin Empire couldn't make a move. After all, the battle was agreed upon by the juniors of both sides. The Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't make a move despite the death of the Dragon God. The Justice Duan family didn't make a move either. Hence, it wasn't a good time for them to help Lin Ling. More importantly, Qin Nan saw a white figure pouncing towards Lin Ling. It was the heavenly concubine. The young girl held a black and white halberd in her hands. She was like an ancient goddess of war. She was going to block the sword for Lin Ling. However, the aura of the halberd was also terrifying. It was also a true spiritual weapon. Heavenly fish halberd. Dong! Dang! A crisp sound rang out. The halberd and sword clashed. It was like an ancient goddess of war fighting an ancient emperor. The chaotic evil sword released an ancient, holy and evil aura. It was like a scholar but also like an ancient evil god. The heavenly fish halberd released two black and white ancient fish. They seemed to represent ancient beasts as they clashed. When the two spiritual weapons collided, the crowd's hearts trembled violently. What was certain was that the two people who had gained the most from the ancient tomb were these two people. Lin Ling's gains were indeed great, but he was only ranked third. Finally, with a boom, the two figures separated. Duan Tiangang rode on the Qilin and retreated 50 meters. The heavenly concubine was 100 meters away. The heavenly concubine's cultivation was weaker. Furthermore, it was her first time controlling the heavenly fish halberd. Whoosh! When the heavenly concubine flew backwards, a figure appeared behind her and hugged her, stopping her terrifying speed. This person was Lin Ling. "Are you all right?" Lin Ling asked with a frown. The heavenly concubine smiled and shook her head, but her complexion was a bit pale. It was clear that forcefully using strength that she hadn't fully grasped was too much for her to bear. "Silly girl, I'm not afraid of that sword, you don't have to block it for me," Lin Ling reproached. The heavenly concubine blocked the sword for him. This was something he didn't expect. Luckily, the heavenly concubine obtained a spirit treasure. Otherwise, the outcome would be unimaginable. At that time, Lin Ling would regret it for the rest of his life. "Just like you and the others, I also want to protect you." The heavenly concubine smiled. After she finished speaking, her face blushed. It was clear that she, who was usually very smart, was very embarrassed to say such words. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and scratched the heavenly concubine's little nose. Then he put her down and said, "You go back to the Great Qin Empire first. Leave Duan Tiangang to me." Duan Tiangang is the biggest winner of the tomb. Can you defeat him? The heavenly concubine was still a bit worried. Lin Ling smiled and said, "The biggest winner might not be him." Lin Ling's voice was very calm, but it made the heavenly concubine's body tremble. Then she laughed. She liked to see this youth so confident. Then she didn't stay any longer and ran towards the Great Qin Empire. She believed that this youth had a trump card that would surprise her. Lin Ling, in a battle between men, you actually relied on the help of others. Furthermore, it's a girl. What martial arts are you talking about? In the sky, Duan Tiangang rode the Qilin majestically. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. The Qilin was covered in green scales and looked extraordinary. Its nose touched the smoke and it looked disdainfully at Lin Ling. It was a kind of disdain. "My battle with the Dragon Monarch just ended and you sneak up on me. What martial arts are you talking about?" On the ground, Lin Ling said indifferently. In the depths of his eyes there was a cold light. He also didn't expect that Duan Tiangong's harvest was even greater than the Dragon Monarch's. Spiritual item. Duan Tiangang actually had a spiritual item. Even his invincible soul power attack was blocked. This was the first time for Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that this didn't mean that Duan Tiangong's spiritual item could ignore soul power attacks. It was just that his own soul power wasn't strong enough. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that Duan Tiangong's sword wasn't able to block the boundless demon eye. It was just that Lin Ling didn't have time to use the boundless demon eye. Good. Since you say so, then I was too impulsive before. Next, I will fight with you. If I win, all the treasures you obtained will be mine. But if I lose, my spiritual item will be yours and my mount, the soul-slaying Qilin, will be yours. In the sky, Duan Tiangang calmly said. He wasn't angry because Lin Ling had escaped a calamity. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was able to kill the Dragon Monarch and his strength was terrifying. But if he went up, Lin Ling would still be defeated. It was just that the process of defeat might be a little troublesome. That was all. After all, he had always been ranked higher than the Dragon Monarch among the 18 young masters. In the past, he was ranked higher than the Dragon Monarch. This was because the lucky chances he obtained were greater than the Dragon Monarch's. Duan Tiangang, kill him. In the distance, the heavenly Dragon Empire's Lord Long's eyes were red. Lin Ling had killed his Dragon Monarch. Today he would definitely kill Lin Ling. But since Duan Tiangang was going to act, Then he would let Duan Tiangang kill him. Lin Ling was like a dream. Even now, Lord Long still hadn't recovered from the shock. Their heavenly dragon empire's genius had died in Lin Ling's hands. Tiangang, you must kill him, Duan Tianhe coldly said. But Duan Tiangang remained silent. He glanced at Duan Tiangang and knew that he only needed to use his full strength. As for the experts of the Great Qin dynasty, he didn't need to worry about them because Duan Tiangang would protect him. He didn't need to feel any psychological burden in this battle. He only needed to use his full strength. The people of the two ancient empires placed all their hopes on Duan Tiangang. Only he could wash away the humiliation that Lin Ling had brought to the two ancient empires. Otherwise, if they let Lin Ling return alive, then not only would their two ancient empires lose face, but Lin Ling would also obtain all the rewards from this ancient tomb. Whoosh! Duan Tiangang rode on the qilin and floated down. He slowly said, I won't kill you. What? Lord Long and the others narrowed their eyes. Duan Tiangang wouldn't kill Lin Ling? If you were an ant, I wouldn't mind killing you. But you're not an ant. Instead, you're a true monstrous genius. And when it comes to monstrous geniuses, I like to cripple them, Duan Tiangang said again, causing the crowd to suddenly understand. Crippling a genius was better than killing one. And crippling a peerless genius was even more painful. Duan Tiangong's heart was truly vicious. This time Lord Long, Duan Tianhe, and the others didn't object. After all, if Lin Ling were to be crippled, then it would be no different than being killed. At that time, they would feel even better when they tortured Lin Ling. The one with the greatest harvest, it seems like you're very confident. But let's talk about it after you cripple him. Chapter 705. My brother. Your strength is not bad. In fact, if I didn't enter the ancient tomb and obtain the greatest opportunity, I might not be your opponent. Duan Tiangang didn't stop Lin Ling's actions and said indifferently. His words made many people's hearts heavy. Duan Tiangang also admitted that he was afraid of Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang was ranked 7th among the 18 young masters, and was also the strongest genius under the age of 20 in the 100 territories. He was ranked 300th on the Heaven's Pride ranking of the 7 major martial halls. If he wasn't Lin Ling's opponent, this meant that Lin Ling was ranked 300th on the Heaven's Pride ranking of the 7 major martial halls. What a terrifying result. After all, Lin Ling hadn't been in the rainforest sacred land for long, and he was younger than Duan Tiangang by a year. But that was in the past. Unfortunately, I obtained the opportunity in the ancient tomb and crippled you like a crippled dog, Duan Tiangang said again, full of confidence. This was also the reason why he didn't kill Lin Ling. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was still just an ant. He, Duan Tiangang, was the true genius. Your battle with the Dragon Monarch has already proven your strength, so I don't need any warm-up battle. I'll let you know how strong I am. Soul-slaying qilin. Roar! Duan Tiangang shouted and jumped down. His mount, the qilin, let out a roar that shook the soul. My head hurts. Roar! Some of the weaker people rubbed their ears. The qilin's roar was too frightening, shaking the soul. In the distance, Prince Duan smiled. Duan Tiangang. This battle will be the battle that will make you famous in the rainforest sacred land. Roar! Not everyone in the Duan family had a qilin as a mount. It depended on luck. If a weak beast was used as a mount, it wouldn't be worthy of its master's prestige. If a strong beast was used as a mount, it would be hard to subdue. Therefore, although the Duan family had the qilin bloodline, it was very difficult to subdue a qilin as a mount. And Duan Tiangong's qilin came from the ancient tomb. This was one of his greatest lucky chances. I gave it a name, Heaven Battling. The moment I saw it in the old tomb, we felt a resonance in our hearts. This beast will accompany me on my expeditions, fighting the heavens and earth, rebuking the winds and clouds. Duan Tiangang stroked the qilin's gigantic head, causing the qilin to shake its head in enjoyment. However, the qilin's cold and tyrannical gaze continued to sweep the surroundings, filled with contempt for all living beings. So that's how the good fortune of the great necropolis is. However, this qilin doesn't have a pure bloodline. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at the qilin. Hee. How can a pure bloodline appear in this world? My Zhantian has half qilin bloodline. and was born from an azure flood dragon. He is the king of demonic beasts. How can you understand his power and nobility? Duan Tiangang spoke in disdain, as though he was very dissatisfied with Lin Ling's blasphemy towards his mount. In that case, you want to fight me with the Qilin? Lin Ling asked indifferently, not caring at all. You are very strong, and your martial arts foundation is very deep. Unfortunately, martial arts doesn't represent everything. There are also spirit weapons, talent, king physique, cultivation realm, and even mounts. These are also the manifestations of a martial artist's battle prowess. Duan Tiangang said proudly. I've never heard of it. You can comfort yourself with that. However, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, causing many people's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid, but the Duan family's Prince Duan disdainfully smiled. Lin Ling didn't know how terrifying the king of demonic beasts was. He was simply overestimating himself. It had to be known that in this world, the greatest difference between humans and demonic beasts was that humans had higher comprehension abilities, while demonic beasts had higher innate talents, powerful bodies, and tyrannical temperaments. Lin Ling was facing a Qilin with a noble bloodline. Even if he was a genius, how could he be a match for a demonic beast? Zhantian, he doesn't seem to put you in his eyes. He wants to fight with you. Duan Tiangang also smiled helplessly, mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The Qilin's nose exhaled smoke, filled with disdain. In its heart, Lin Ling was just an insignificant human. Did I say I wanted to fight with it? It's just a beast. It's not my turn to fight. However, Lin Ling's lips curved into a cold smile. His disdainful voice rang out, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. If Lin Ling didn't fight, how could they fight? Little Flame, there's a little fellow who wants to challenge us. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Ling patted Lin Ling's shoulder. At this time, many people discovered that there was a monkey slightly bigger than a fist lying on Lin Ling's shoulder. The most shocking thing was that the monkey had been sleeping all this time. Only when Lin Ling summoned it did it open its eyes. What exactly was that monkey? Previously, when Lin Ling was fighting, it could still sleep. This was too strange. Gigi. After Little Flame woke up, it rubbed its clear eyes and looked forward. That cute appearance caused the crowd to laugh uncontrollably. This fist-sized monkey can fight with the Qilin? The crowd felt that this was simply a joke. Duan Tiangang also felt that Lin Ling was stupid. Not to mention that Lin Ling's monkey was so small, even a monster as large as a mountain wouldn't dare to fight with his Qilin. Lin Ling was courting death. How sad. This is your mount, right? Other than the storage ring, this is the only thing you got from the ancient tomb? Even I don't want to laugh at you. Duan Tiangang shook his head. Lin Ling's face turned cold. Little Flame isn't my mount. It's my brother. Haha. Duan Tiangang finally couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling actually treated a little monkey as his brother. This Lin Ling really disappointed him. He coldly waved his hand. Lin Ling, kill that monkey. Let it know your nobility. Roar. The green-armored Qilin roared, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. It seemed to know that Duan Tiangang was the focus of the crowd. Therefore, it also enjoyed the attention. As for the little monkey opposite it, it wanted to swallow it in one gulp. This was its pride as a monster king. Whoosh! Its speed was as fast as lightning. When it galloped, it actually caused people's souls to jump along with it. Soul-slaying Qilin. A Qilin that slaughters souls. Who can stop such a ferocious beast? Many people retreated again. Their hearts trembled. They seemed to have seen the arrival of an ancient monster king. It was very domineering and terrifying. That little monkey jumped down. Soon after, someone exclaimed. They saw that the little red monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder had arrived in front of Lin Ling. Moreover, it no longer had its lazy appearance. It actually prostrated itself on the ground and bared its fangs. It seemed to know that the Qilin was provoking it, so it wanted to prove its strength. Monsters all had their own prestige. They wouldn't allow other monsters to violate their prestige. However, that little monkey was too small. How could it block the Qilin? It's dead. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between the Qilin's teeth. Someone said helplessly. They didn't think that the little monkey would win. Only Lin Ling was still smiling indifferently. daring to look down on Little Flame? That dumb Qilin beast was going to have a good show to watch. Whoosh! A huge Qilin claw grabbed at Little Flame. That claw was more than twice the size of Little Flame. This claw was enough to kill Little Flame. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Little Flame, who was only the size of a fist previously, was now growing crazily. Its red hair was like bamboo shoots after a rain. Its body began to grow to 2 meters tall. A red-haired, white-headed giant ape appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Bang bang bang. After the giant ape appeared, it completely ignored the Qilin's attack. Instead, it pounded its chest with its huge hands. The sound was like the rumbling of thunder. An ancient tyrannical aura spread out in an incomparably terrifying manner. Oh! Chapter 706. Kill. That little monkey has changed. Many people covered their ears with their hands to block out the loud howl as they stared at the giant ape in disbelief. Shwa. At the same time, the soul-slaying Qilin's claws arrived. Even a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block that claw. The claw slashed towards the giant ape's chest, causing the crowd to stop breathing. Is it dead? Roar! However, an even more tyrannical aura erupted. Under countless gazes, the giant ape stopped beating its chest and looked down at the Qilin. Its eyes were filled with disdain and the pride of a king. As for the claw attack, it didn't hurt the giant ape at all. This beast has such a strong defense. Many people widened their eyes. Is that still a fist-sized monkey? It's simply a giant ape with an invincible body. Duan Tiangang's eyes narrowed. His proud mount couldn't hurt Lin Ling's little monkey. Where did that little monkey come from? Roar! At this moment, the giant ape lowered its head. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. It was like a formless sound wave, emitting an innate king's aura. Woo-woo! The Qilin's huge body trembled. Its proud tail drooped down and it actually retreated slowly. Zhanning! Duan Tiangang's gaze froze. His Qilin had a noble bloodline and was the king of the beasts. However, it was afraid of the giant ape. How could this be? The king of the beasts is like a puppy in front of a ferocious beast. Little Flame, kill it. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Many people's jaws dropped. Ferocious beasts were existences from ancient times. They were existences above the beasts. Lin Ling, not only was he powerful, even his mount was terrifying. In the ancient tomb, his harvest was no less than Duan Tiangang's. Roar! The giant ape's wide feet stomped on the ground, and the earth cracked open. It turned into a fiery red shadow and pounced on the Qilin. That tyrannical look made the Qilin tremble even more. That was the aura of the king of beasts. It was scared. It had to be known that the world of monster beasts was different from that of humans. Even if a human's strength was inferior to their opponent, but if their heart of martial arts was firm, then they would still dare to fight against a stronger martial artist. However, monster beasts were born with a clear distinction between status. When an ordinary monster beast faced a king, they would have an innate fear, a fear that came from their bloodline. Therefore, how could the king of monsters be arrogant when facing a ferocious beast? That Qilin doesn't even have the heart to fight. Many people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. In their eyes, the Qilin who had walked down from the sky with his head held high was now like a stray dog. Roar! The giant ape's speed was as fast as lightning. It was a true close combat demonic beast. It grabbed the Qilin's front leg and smashed it into the ground. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled continuously and dust flew everywhere. The sound was deafening. The Qilin was completely oppressed. Could it be the legendary Jian? Far away, some older martial artists muttered to themselves. After Little Flame transformed into the giant ape, they had a faint sense of familiarity. They had seen it in some ancient totems. Its body was like an ape with a white head and red feet. It was said that when this kind of ferocious beast appeared, the world would go to war. This was a true ancient ferocious beast. It was the king of ferocious beasts that stood side by side with Taotai, Hundun, Taowu and Qiongqi. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling. Their hearts trembled again. Lin Ling had actually subdued such a ferocious beast. His luck was too good. Bang! 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 The giant ape was still smashing the Qilin. When the scales on the Qilin's body were broken and it was dripping with blood, it raised its right hand and tilted its head. It looked at the Qilin in disdain. Its eyes were cold, bloodthirsty, and even tyrannical. Its innate bloodline told it that such an impure monster beast dared to be called a Qilin and dared to call itself a king in front of it. The giant ape grabbed the Qilin's two forearms with both hands, and was about to split the Qilin into two. Linling, you dare to let your mount touch my Zhantian? Duan Tiangang roared. His pride was the soul-slaying Qilin. However, this pride was being torn apart by the giant ape. This caused him to madly pounce over. I said it before, it is my brother! Exclamation point. In the distance, Linling's voice was low and hoarse. He took a step forward and shot towards Duan Tiangang. Clang! The two swords collided in midair. A terrifying astral wind blew in all directions. Linling had to fuse two great true intents of martial to block the spirit artifact in Duan Tiangang's hand. Little flame, with your pride as a ferocious beast, destroy it! Exclamation point. Linling coldly shouted at the same time. However, Duan Tiangang quickly roared, you dare! Exclamation point. Roar! The giant ape only listened to Linling. How could it not dare? Swish! Blood splattered everywhere. The Qilin was torn apart alive and split into two. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. A terrifying demonic beast king died in front of their eyes. After that, the giant ape searched with both hands. It found a round ball of flesh in the Qilin's flesh and swallowed it. That was the soul-slaying Qilin's demonic core. The giant ape knew that it could greatly increase its strength. Moreover, from its inherited memories, it knew that in the world of demonic beasts, the weak were prey to the strong. Demonic beasts devoured each other. Kill! Roar! Duan Tiangang let out a deep roar of anger. His prideful Qilin had died in front of his eyes. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill Linling. He wanted to kill that giant ape. He wanted to use the spirit artifact in his hands to kill. You said before that a mount is also a type of battle strength. Now, I'll return those words to you. Little flame, fight! Fight! Linling's mouth moved slightly. A hoarse voice came out. A fiery red shadow pounced from behind. The two of them fought side by side. Rumble! A terrifying aura erupted, causing the crowd to tremble in fear. In their eyes, Linling used his sword to resist Duan Tiangang's spirit artifact, the chaotic evil sword. Moreover, the ferocious beast was assisting from the side. It actually suppressed Duan Tiangang. This battle was earth-shattering. The mysterious Yellow City was completely destroyed. A large number of martial artists were watching from afar. To them, this was the most terrifying battle between experts they had ever seen in their lives. Linling's growth speed is too crazy. Boom! As for the martial artists who were watching from the sidelines, they were already numb. One must know that during the battle at Old Master Mountain not long ago, Linling wasn't a match for young Master Tunglong and young Master Qianqi. At most, he was on par with young Master Xueling. However, after the trip to the old tomb, Linling grew crazily. Every time you thought he had reached his limit, he would unleash his trump card again. Right now, even young Master Qianqi Duan Tiangang was being suppressed. Bang bang bang. This battle, from the front of the city to the back of the city, was incomparably intense. Where was Duan Tiangang's previous arrogance? He was being crazily suppressed. If it weren't for the chaotic evil sword in his hand, he would have died long ago. The chaotic evil sword was incomparably powerful. However, the time he had it was too short, so he couldn't display its full power. As for the people from the two ancient countries, their eyes were red. Linling was humiliating them once again. Kill! Kill! In the distance, Imperial Prince Duan pursed his lips. But in the end, he coldly waved his hand. In this battle, their Justice Duan family had lost. They had lost to Linling. They had lost everything. Not only did they lose their prestige, but they also lost their harvest from the old tomb. Chapter 707. The Ancient Flame Devil Descends. Kill them all. Kill. On the other side, Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire also waved his hand. He originally wanted Duan Tiangang to cripple Linling, but Duan Tiangang also failed. Left with no choice, the Heavenly Dragon Empire also had to act. People from the two ancient countries, how shameless! Kill! Many people saw this scene and yelled angrily. This battle was a battle between the geniuses of the younger generations of the three ancient nations. Before this, when Lin Ling was in danger, those from the Great Qin Empire didn't make a move because they were afraid of breaking the rules. But now that Lin Ling was about to win, those from the other two ancient nations actually made a move to kill Lin Ling. Despicable, people from the Great Qin Empire, kill! Kill! Qin Nan's eyes also turned red. In reality, he didn't want to act because the other side had two ancient countries, and they only had one Great Qin Empire. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and the other side had gone too far. Kill! Kill! The people of the Great Qin Empire also moved. Qin Nan and Qin Shao flew towards Prince Duan and Lord Long respectively. Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Kill! The top experts were all pinned down, and Duan Tianhe, who had been eyeing covetously, pounced towards Lin Ling, revealing his killing intent. Lin Ling is in danger. His strength is enough to defeat the same-age genius, but Duan Tianhe is older and stronger. Lin Ling is not his match. Kill! Currently, no one in the Great Qin Empire can stop Duan Tianhe. Kill! The crowd's pupils constricted. This battle was getting more and more intense. From the battle between the genius young masters to the battle between the ancient countries, the fuse was actually Lin Ling. One had to admit that today, Lin Ling's name would completely shake the upper 3 regions, and even the 100 regions. However, Lin Ling couldn't stop Duan Tianhe. Uncle He, save me! Kill! At this moment, Duan Tiangang only had a panicked expression. After all, Lin Ling was too crazy, and so was the giant ape. If Duan Tianhe had come a moment later, he might have died. I must kill Lin Ling. In the distance, Duan Tianhe's cold voice drifted over, causing Duan Tiangong's eyes to flicker with anticipation. He coldly shouted, Lin Ling, the winner is the king, the loser is a bandit. The one who has the last laugh is the king. I'm very sorry, but in this trip to the ancient tomb, I was the one who had the last laugh. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he brought little flame and floated away. This caused the crowd to murmur to themselves. Lin Ling was going to give up. He was afraid of Duan Tianhe. In this battle, Lin Ling was probably planning to escape. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and stood there quietly. His blue and white robes were like white clouds in the sky. His handsome face was not affected by the great battle before him. Only his long hair fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes, and even madness and killing intent. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Many people were puzzled, but for some reason, the silent youth made them tremble with fear. It was very cold, as if a god of death had descended. I saved you a few times in the ancient tomb, but because you were dissatisfied with my harvest and disdain for your pride, the first thing you wanted to do after I left the ancient tomb was to kill me. You didn't even want to let me leave. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for plunging you into misery and suffering. The cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Even the top experts in the sky stopped fighting. They were also curious. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Could it be that in the midst of so many experts, he still wanted to decide everything? Duan Tiangang, you've always said that you were the one with the greatest fortune in the ancient tomb. But is that true? Lin Ling's voice drifted out like the wind. Gradually, an extremely terrifying aura filled the air. That aura couldn't be seen, but it was scorching hot and destructive, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble violently. They didn't know what they were afraid of, but the current Lin Ling made them very afraid. Come out, ancient flame devil. A voice that sounded like a judgment rang out, and a white flame flew out from Lin Ling's dantian. Layers upon layers of scorching aura surged out, and Xianhuang City instantly turned into a sea of fire. The distant Xianhuang mountain range even spontaneously combusted, as if it was welcoming the arrival of the real fire demon. The people of the two ancient kingdoms had shed all pretense of cordiality, so Lin Ling could only kill to stop the killing. Boom! With a loud sound, 100-meter-tall giant flame beast appeared. It was covered in white flames, and four gorgeous tails bloomed like flowers. Its human-like eyes were filled with disdain, killing intent, and cunning. All of these were just like its form, like a fox that was hard to see through. The nine-tailed ancient flame devil had arrived. An existence that surpassed vicious beasts. The flame-desolate beast had appeared. Kill! Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were cold and emotionless. He pointed at the people of the two ancient kingdoms in the sky. That point caused countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. Even Prince Duan and Lord Long's eyes trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast. What exactly did Lin Ling summon? Roar! 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 The giant ancient beast lay on the ground, and the flames caused white smoke to rise from its surroundings. Its four limbs were on the ground, and the tyrannical demonic beast's face actually revealed a cold smile. That was a human-like cold smile, filled with madness, ruthlessness, indifference, and killing intent. Spit! A white flame was spat out from the ancient flame devil's mouth, causing countless people to stare at the sky. That flame was like a meteor shooting towards the sky. What was that terrifying demonic beast trying to do? Boom! In the sky, the white flame exploded like fireworks, and countless colorful flames shot down like a rain of fire. What kind of fire is this? A large number of people were splashed by the rain of fire, and immediately let out painful cries. However, only one painful cry was heard, and those people were immediately burned to ashes. Swish! 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 The white meteor rain fell from the sky, and the crowd panicked. It was too terrifying, and those flames were simply unstoppable. The world turned into a sea of fire, and even the sun lost its light, causing the land to become dusky. Other than fire and smoke, there was nothing else. Run! Many people died, and the remaining people ran in all directions crazily. They were only shocked. The two ancient countries had forced Lin Ling into a corner, and Lin Ling seemed to have brought an ancient taboo over. Ancient flame devil, kill those people over there. On the boundless land, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he pointed at the people from the two ancient countries. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the nine-tailed ancient flame devil was not under his control. Once it appeared, it would destroy all life. As long as it was life, it would burn it. People of the Great Qin Empire, come behind me immediately. Lin Ling shouted again. In the sky, Qin Nan and the rest looked at the ancient demon that was wreaking havoc on the ground, and their hearts trembled. Then, without saying anything, they ran behind Lin Ling crazily. Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were like the eyes of the ancient flame devil, and it even made people suspect that the nine-tailed ancient flame devil was him, and that he was the nine-tailed ancient flame devil. Both of them were fiery demonic gods. Kiki! This time, the ancient flame devil did not resist Lin Ling's order. Its cold eyes looked at the sky, and the pupils of the people from the two ancient countries froze. In their eyes on the ground, the ancient flame beast was looking at them, and the young man was also looking at them. That gaze was merciless and murderous. Swish! Chapter 708. The Nightmare of the Two Ancient Nations, Not Good. The experts roared. Some of them were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but they couldn't even block a single claw. Blood splattered everywhere, falling from the sky like rain. The people on the ground swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The sky seemed to have turned into hell. Kiki! The ancient flame devil let out a terrifying cry. It turned into a gust of wind, weaving through the void like the most terrifying god of death. Stop it! Stop! It's too fast and very cunning. Stop! The people of the two ancient nations were completely flustered. The ancient flame devil was fierce and violent. It was already very scary, but it was also very cunning. They couldn't stop it. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky. Under countless gazes, the huge demonic beast occupied half the sky, swallowing the people who were killed into its mouth. The fearless aura made the people below forget how to breathe. Nightmare! This was the nightmare of the two ancient nations. Lin Ling, how dare you kill the people of our ancient nations? The Duan imperial prince roared in anger, as he watched the Justice Duan family's forces dwindle. This time, he had brought a large number of experts from the Justice Duan family. He had thought that it would be enough to support the expedition to the ancient tomb, but who would have thought that the entire army would be wiped out? The experts that had died had been cultivated by the Duan family, and now they had all turned into ashes. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. His gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on the young man standing quietly below. With a roar, he immediately pounced. That terrifying demonic beast killed the people of the Justice Duan family, so he would kill Lin Ling. Boom! At this moment, a huge flaming rainbow swept over, as if separating the sky and earth. It was so fast that Imperial Prince Duan had no choice but to dodge. It was the tail of the ancient flame devil. Boom! The tail swept over. Although Imperial Prince Duan dodged, his mount, the Thousand Iron Kirin, was not so lucky. It was swept by the flaming tail, and the invincible Kirin was turned into ashes. Wind fire. Grand Prince Duan's eyes were bloodshot. Fenghua was his mount and had grown up with him. They had fought battles all over the world, and both man and beast had walked the line between life and death many times. However, they had survived, and had won a great reputation in the Justice Duan family. But today they had died here. He had died at the hands of a junior. Anger. Prince Duan had never been so angry in all these years. Even when he was fighting against top experts, he had always maintained a calm and dignified appearance. But now he was incomparably furious. A little ant had killed all of his people. He looked over coldly and his pupils constricted. At this moment there were only 3 people in the sky. One was him, one was Lord Long, and one was Duan Tiangang. The others had all been killed. The gigantic ancient flame devil looked at him with a cold smile. That smile was like the smile of a devil. It was ruthless, but there was a hint of mockery in it. Go! Grand Prince Duan's pupils kept twitching. His heart was in pain, but he could only retreat. Even he was afraid of that mysterious gigantic beast. Just as he moved, Lord Long on the other side also strode away. His old face was ashen. Dead, all the people he had brought were dead. Was this the young man that old master had bestowed a reward to when he was on the mountain? Is this young man still an ant? That young man's anger had caused great suffering in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Lord Long, where did this beast come from? Why is it so strong? It's like a flame devil. While running away, Grand Prince Duan asked Lord Long angrily, "This beast has an extraordinary origin, but I can't tell where it came from. What puzzles me is that the stronger a beast is, the more ferocious it is. How could a junior like Lin Ling control it?" Lord Long said coldly, "If that's the case, then that beast is not Lin Ling's." Grand Prince Duan replied. He didn't want to admit this fact. After all, if the beast was Lin Ling's, then Lin Ling was not even 20 years old. He already had the ability to kill any Emperor Spirit Realm expert, and even Saint Spirit Realm expert. So this was impossible. Lord Long nodded. Lin Ling can't control it. According to their experience, this was indeed impossible. Lin Ling wanted to control such a terrifying beast. It was simply playing with fire. So, Lin Ling must have used some method to make the beast come out. But the beast didn't belong to Lin Ling. In fact, their guess was correct. With Lin Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to control the 9-tailed ancient flame devil. Even the mysterious expert in the ancient tomb couldn't control it. That's why the ancient flame devil was refined in an altar. After thousands of years of refinement, the beast's demonic nature gradually dissipated, and it was controlled by someone else. Lord Long and the others had guessed the first point but not the second. The ancient flame devil that Lin Ling obtained had already been refined by the altar. Its demonic nature was on the verge of dissipating, so Lin Ling was able to control it. The two of them had never thought of this point. They thought that Lin Ling was only able to summon it once out of luck. At this moment, Duan Tiangong's mouth was dripping with blood. He was supported by Grand Prince Duan as he left. However, his face was ashen and filled with decadence. It was because of his decadence that the ancient flame devil didn't kill him first. This was because the ancient flame devil was cruel and perverted. It liked to kill those who resisted fiercely. The weaker the ant, the more the ancient flame devil would kill. This allowed Duan Tiangang to escape death. "Uncle, he is also dead." Duan Tiangang mumbled to himself, as if he had lost his soul. Duan Tianhe came to help him kill Lin Ling, but he died before he could even touch Lin Ling. How sad! And Lin Ling's strength surpassed his imagination. He thought that he was the greatest beneficiary of the ancient tomb, that he was a true chosen. But Lin Ling told him that he was nothing. Tiangang, victory and defeat are common in war. How can you lose your heart of martial arts? At this moment, a cold voice rang out in Duan Tiangong's ears, waking him up. His eyes gradually turned red. Before this, he had almost lost his heart of martial arts. Moreover, although he wasn't injured by the ancient flame devil, under the crazy suppression of Lin Ling and Little Flame, cracks had appeared on his Dantian's Dao platform. It would be difficult for his cultivation to recover to its former glory. Where you fall, stand up, Imperial Prince Duan said again, his eyes filled with hatred. Not long ago, in the battle between Duan Tiangang and Lin Ling, Duan Tiangang had boldly declared that he wouldn't kill Lin Ling and would cripple Lin Ling. But the result was the opposite. Duan Tiangang didn't die, but he was crippled by Lin Ling. Not only was his cultivation crippled, but his heart of martial arts was crippled. If a martial artist didn't have a heart of martial arts, then no matter how strong they were nothing but paper. Pull yourself together. Imperial Prince Duan roared again, causing Duan Tiangong's eyes to flicker. But when he saw Duan Tiangang regaining some of his fighting spirit, Imperial Prince Duan sighed. Nightmare. Today was a nightmare for the two ancient countries. All the harvests from the ancient tomb had been seized by Lin Ling, and only 3 people from the two ancient countries were left. Everyone else had died. Chapter 709. The way home. At this moment, flames were gushing out of the mysterious yellow city, making it look like a forbidden land of fire. The sky was gray and smoke was billowing. Only the indomitable giant demonic beast was soaring in the sky, making people feel a sense of worship. Roar! However, at this moment, the giant demonic beast looked at the crowd below. Obviously, the ancient flame devil's killing intent had landed on the people below as Prince Duan and Prince Duan were running away in a hurry. It was a terrifying gaze. Some of the weaker martial artists fainted right away. They were intimidated by the demonic beast's aura. Swish! The ancient flame devil swooped down and wanted to kill. How dare you! At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. Many people were shocked. Lin Ling was actually reprimanding the demonic beast. Roar! The ancient flame devil stopped and looked at Lin Ling with its teeth bared. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Its demonic nature had not disappeared yet, so it wanted to kill Lin Ling. How dare you! Lin Ling shouted again. He looked at the ancient flame devil without fear. The ancient flame devil's eyes flickered. Finally, it roared at the sky. It wanted to kill and even wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, the array altar had wiped out its demonic nature and intelligence. It felt that it could not disobey Lin Ling's orders. The two choices made it a little crazy. Rumble! The ground shook and the clouds in the sky scattered. The roar was extremely terrifying. Come back! Lin Ling shouted again. However, the ancient flame devil was not moved. It even had the thought of leaving Lin Ling. However, after hesitating for a long time, it turned into a white flame and shot towards Lin Ling, disappearing into Lin Ling's body. Compared to the last time, this guy's desire to resist is getting stronger. If I summon it again, I might not be able to control it. Sensing that the ancient flame devil had returned to his Dantian, Lin Ling frowned. Although the ancient flame devil was extremely powerful, it was also a ticking time bomb. Before he could control it completely, it was better to use it less. In fact, if it wasn't for the people from the two ancient countries, Lin Ling wouldn't have let the ancient flame devil descend again. We've escaped this calamity. The crowd felt like they had just survived a calamity. They looked at the ruins in front of them, and their hearts were thumping. It was like a dream. When Lin Ling thought Duan Tianhe was suppressing Duan Tiangang, the people from the two great ancient countries, they thought Lin Ling and Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape. Duan Tianhe. But who knew that Lin Ling would be able to Tianhe to kill Tianhe would Tianhe was to. But Lin Tianhe was. It was terrifying. That young man was like a taboo killing god. If they wanted to kill him, they would only be taught a lesson in blood. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the slender and cold-faced young man. Then they all left quietly. They were all afraid of Lin Ling now. After the battle in the old tomb, Lin Ling's name not only shook the 100 territories, but also the holy land of the rainforest. As for the people from the Great Qin Empire, they were also looking at Lin Ling with fear. They didn't expect that the battle today would be caused by Lin Ling alone. Qin Ji and Qin Zhongtian smiled bitterly. Lin Ling seemed to be firmly above their heads. No one would object to his position as the guest elder. Let's go, Lin Ling said softly. Qin Nan and the others nodded. The group of people left one after another. Only Xianhuang City was still burning with flames, as if it were a dream. The giant Xuanwu tortoise streaked across the sky. On the giant tortoise, the people from the Great Qin Empire stood calmly. Some of them were looking at a young man in a blue and white robe. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Lin Ling, the Great Qin Empire has established a great reputation in the Ice Plains region. After the Great Qin king heard the news, he praised us even more. Qin Nan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Haha. This is everyone's hard work. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze from the distance and said with a smile on his face, "You're too humble. In reality, you single-handedly propped up the Great Qin Empire after we left the ancient tomb." Qin Nan shook his head helplessly. After a pause he said, "The Great Qin king said that all the treasures you obtained in the old tomb, except for some spirit crystals and spirit herbs, are yours." Haha, after all, the Great Qin Empire mobilized so many strong cultivators. They have to give something in return. Good. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The Great Qin Empire was very sincere to him. They didn't want any of the spiritual weapons, only the spirit crystals and spirit herbs. So far, he had obtained all the spiritual weapons. There was the half-spiritual weapon Yen Hong Bell, the half-spiritual weapon Heaven Striking Axe, and the chaotic evil sword. These were all priceless treasures. He had gained a lot from this old tomb. Furthermore, this was only a part of the old tomb. He didn't know what other secrets there were in the depths of the old tomb. The giant tortoise stepped through the air and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Then the next day, in the vast sea of rain, a dragon boat was heading towards the sacred rainforest. On the dragon boat, several youths were leaning against the side of the boat, smiling as they chatted. Lin Ling, with your current strength, you can be ranked around the top 200 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. This result is very fierce, Qin Ji said to Lin Ling with a smile. He was slightly older than Lin Ling, but he was incomparably respectful towards Lin Ling. Moreover, he was also ranked around the top 300 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. Amongst the young geniuses under the age of 20, his battle prowess was at the peak, but he knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him. Even a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius was not Lin Ling's match, so he could only be ranked around the top 200. Most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling hadn't even been at the Seven Profound Martial House for a year. It was hard to imagine just what heights Lin Ling would reach in a year. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't care too much about the Proud Son of Heaven list ranking. To him, if he wanted to rush into the top 100, then he would be one step closer to challenging the Martial House Master. At the side, the heavenly concubine took out a jade token. After examining it, she helplessly shook her head and said, "At present, I am still around the top 400. But with the spirit artifact, I am confident that I can rush into the top 300 in a short period of time." What is this? Lin Ling looked at the jade token a bit puzzled. The heavenly concubine explained, "Every disciple of the Seven Martial Hall has an identity jade token. After entering the Proud Son of Heaven list, you can see your own ranking on the Proud Son of Heaven list. The premise is that you must be near the rainforest's sacred land." The Proud Son of Heaven list of the Seven Martial Hall seemed to be separated, but the truth was that the rankings were similar. For instance, Lin Ling was ranked around 200 in the Seven Profound Martial House. If he was in the Heavenly Concubine's ancient Dao Martial Palace, then Lin Ling's ranking wouldn't change too much. Lin Ling, the Seven Martial Hall are above the ancient kingdoms. Even if the Heavenly Dragon Empire wants to kill you, they won't dare to enter the Martial Hall. But you must be careful of the geniuses of the Martial Hall. Those geniuses aren't weak, Qin Zhongtian reminded. Okay, I will be careful. Lin Ling nodded. His current strength was enough to fight a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Proud Son of Heaven. But the Proud Son of Heaven list also had many late Emperor Spirit Realm Proud Sons of Heaven. Those Proud Sons of Heaven were not weak. How strong are the top 18 young masters? Lin Ling asked. Chapter 710. Must kill Lin Ling. How strong are the 18 young masters? Lin Ling asked. Qin Ji and Qin Zhengtian looked at each other. Although they were both 18 young masters, compared to the monstrous geniuses at the top, they were like grains of rice. There are 6 other young masters, and their strength is incomparably terrifying. There are even some at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, Qin Ji said in a dignified voice. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. These were true geniuses. The 18 young masters were all geniuses under the age of 20. To reach the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm at such a young age, this growth rate was too terrifying. They are old Xian's disciples, so they are the center of attention. You must know that in the 7 major martial halls, old Xian's strength is comparable to the top powerhouses of the 5 ancient countries. Qin Ji added. Lin Ling had a rough guess in his heart. The 7 major martial halls were above the 5 ancient countries. It seemed that this was not without reason. If old Xian was comparable to the top powerhouses of the 5 ancient countries, then what about the martial housemaster? It seemed that the road he had to walk was still very long. Lin Ling quietly clenched his fists, but his eyes were firm. He had promised limitless sword saint, and his fighting spirit would never be extinguished. At the same time, on the side of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe was looking at a jade book in his hand. His calm face quietly revealed a trace of anger. We returned empty-handed from the ancient tomb. Besides you, Long Fan, no one else from the Heavenly Dragon Empire has returned. Long Fan, you have lost the dignity of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. A cold voice spread out, causing the space to tremble. The winds and clouds of the entire ancient country surged, as if the end of the world had arrived. This was the wrath of a true dragon. Your Majesty, this humble subject is willing to accept punishment. Behind the middle-aged man, Lord Long knelt down and said, his body trembling, this Lin Ling is really fierce. He alone caused 2 ancient countries to suffer losses. Execute him. The dragon-robed middle-aged man threw the jade book in his hand to the ground. The crisp sound caused Lord Long's heart to tremble. This dragon-robed middle-aged man was the current emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yes, this humble servant will have the 7 profound martial houses Heavenly Dragon Empire bloodline kill Lin Ling. Mr. Long quickly replied. The same thing was happening to the Justice Duan family. Now, the 2 ancient countries had to kill Lin Ling. Even if they did not dare to go to the 7 profound martial house, there would always be a genius that could kill Lin Ling. Moreover, in the 7 profound martial house, it was simply impossible for the Great Qin Empire to protect Lin Ling. At this moment, the 7 profound martial house was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because not too long ago, the preliminary round of the 7 profound Proud Son of Heaven list had ended, and the rankings of the Proud Son of Heaven list had been redetermined. But this preliminary round had allowed a massive number of Proud Sons of Heaven to rise, and their names had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house. Next, they had to wait for the 7 profound prodigy list's final competition to begin. Of course, the final competition would take a long time. Now that the Proud Son of Heaven preliminaries had ended, the 7 profound martial house was incomparably lively. Many of the geniuses that had gone out adventuring had also returned. Yun Zhongnu has reached the top 300 of the Proud Son of Heaven list. Fierce, his name has shaken the Rainforest Holy Land. I can even see his name in the other martial arts halls. The pitiful one is Zhang Yishuan. This person's talent was outstanding last year, and he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he was too arrogant, and was overtaken by those behind him. He fell to the 450th rank. Of the early Royal Spirit Realm powerhouses, there are already several that are stronger than him. Huang Quan is also very terrifying. It is said that his strength is only at the early Royal Spirit Realm, but he can already fight a middle Royal Spirit Realm Proud Son of Heaven. He is ranked 295th, and is the number 1 early Royal Spirit Realm Proud Son of Heaven. Under the ancient tree on the steps there were numerous figures. A massive number of disciples were talking, and most of them were Moonguard level disciples. The 7 profound Proud Son of Heaven list only recruited 500 Proud Sons of Heaven, so most of them only looked up at the top. They did not have the qualifications to step into the ranks of Proud Sons of Heaven. The most pitiful ones are Long Zai and Extreme Moon John. Both of them lost to the lowest-ranked Linling. Haha. This is really interesting. Haha. I heard about it too, but it is said that Linling killed them by borrowing the power of the Forbidden Stone sculpture. As for Linling, he is only a junior of the King Spirit realm. Interesting. Last month I heard that Dan Luofan, who is ranked 450th, offered a large sum of money to kill Linling. Interesting. I'm very curious about Dan Luofan's offer. After all, he is an alchemist. Interesting. Some of the Moon Guard level disciples with extraordinary temperaments chatted with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. They were a little tempted by Dan Luofan's pills. Although Linling had killed Long Zai and Extreme Moon John, he did not rely on his own strength. This meant that he was still ranked at the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven list. His strength should not be that great. Perhaps many of the Moon Guard level disciples were stronger than him. After all, the only reason Linling could enter the Proud Son of Heaven list was because the Mansion Lord had made an exception. Otherwise, what qualifications did Linling have to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list? True Proud Sons of Heaven are powerful. Naturally, they cannot be compared to Linling, a newcomer who entered the Proud Son of Heaven list by making an exception. Linling is only in the King Spirit realm, yet he dares to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. Someone sneered, sensing that Linling was in trouble. After all, Linling had offended many people. First there was Elder Su Fan. Now there was Dan Luofan, who had threatened to kill Linling. If you are so strong, why didn't you fight Linling during the Dragonpan Lake competition? Perhaps if you defeated Linling, you could enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. Humph, you only know how to make sarcastic remarks. You don't have the strength. At this moment, several figures slowly walked up from the ancient blue brick. It seemed that they didn't like to hear someone ridicule Linling. So one of them spoke up. They were Ouyang Feiyang, Zhua Emo Lanfeng and Long Xiaochen. Ouyang Feiyang had always had a very good relationship with Linling. As for Zhua Emo and Lanfeng, they had been subdued by Linling's calmness. As for Long Xiaochen, there was no need to mention him. He had entered the 7 Profound Martial House with Linling. In the past, he had accompanied Linling to become a Star Guard level disciple. Moreover, among these people, Long Xiaochen admired Linling the most. He would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Oh, you're just a Star Guard level disciple, and yet you're so arrogant. What's wrong with me saying something? Is Linling your father? The youth coldly looked at Long Xiaochen. As he realized that Long Xiaochen was just a Star Guard level disciple, he immediately spoke with disdain. Many of the Moon Guard level disciples were gloating on the side. Among Long Xiaochen and the others, only Ouyang Feiyang was a Moon Guard level disciple. But he was only a newcomer. What qualifications did he have to speak? I remember you, Long Xiaochen, Linling's #1 follower. Haha, no wonder you're so angry. Let me tell you, Linling isn't here. If he was, I would have beaten up your boss. Humph. He made an exception to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. Do you think he's fierce? The youth's lips curled up, his disdain even thicker. This person's strength was somewhat famous among the Moon Guard level disciples. In the missions that the 7 Profound Martial House had issued, he had taken first place several times. Many of the Moon Guard level disciples admired him, and his self-confidence had swelled. He believed that he had the qualifications to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. Even the last-ranked Linling was not his match. Chapter 7:11. Under the curtain, it's not jealousy, it's just dissatisfaction. But it's not up to you to judge me. I heard that you're practicing a 7th grade King Step martial art. Today I'll guide you. The youth's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward, and an afterimage appeared as he punched at Long Xiaochen. The crowd laughed with disdain. Long Xiaochen was only a Star Guard disciple, but he dared to be so arrogant? Breaking Wind Fist. Since others were being unreasonable, Long Xiaochen didn't need to hold back. His aura bloomed, and a King Step martial art was displayed. Trash, is this how you use a King Step martial art? The youth arrogantly shouted, as if he were a senior. He stretched out a hand and drew a circle in the air. A strange ripple erupted, and he slammed his palm into the circle, easily breaking Long Xiaochen's martial art. Puff! Long Xiaoqian had only been in the seven profound martial house for a short time, so he naturally wasn't a match. He was sent flying a dozen meters away, spitting out blood. You're trash, a follower for life, and Lin Ling is also trash. Next time I see Lin Ling, I will take his title as a proud son of heaven, the youth proudly said with his hands behind his back. Many people's eyes flashed. It was said that Lin Ling was only at the late King Spirit realm, but this youth was at the peak of the King Spirit realm. He could even defeat an early Emperor Spirit realm martial artist. If this youth could defeat Lin Ling, then perhaps he could replace Lin Ling's position on the Proud Son of Heaven list. In order to prove that you can enter the Proud Son of Heaven list, you bully others. With such an attitude, you will never enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded out, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. Someone dared to speak ill of this youth? Was he looking to die? In the distance, the Proud Sons of Heaven on the Proud Son of Heaven list were watching the show from above. When they saw the youth who had spoken, their lips curved into a strange smile. It was Lin Ling. He had returned. The crowd also looked at the youth, and their eyes flashed. Before, they had been jealous of Lin Ling, who had made an exception to enter the Proud Son of Heaven list. But after seeing him with their own eyes, they realized that this legendary youth's temperament was extraordinary. That blue and white robe, that indifferent face, gave them a feeling that they couldn't underestimate him. You're Lin Ling? The youth who sent Long Xiaoqian flying frowned and asked indifferently. You don't even know what I look like, yet you say you have the confidence to defeat me. Aren't you being too confident? The person who walked over was Lin Ling, who had just returned to the seven profound martial house. At this moment, he looked at Ouyang Feiyang and the others with a smile, and then helped Long Xiaoqian up. Ouyang Feiyang and the others were somewhat happy. They hadn't seen Lin Ling for a while, and they could feel that Lin Ling's aura had changed. This fellow had probably become even stronger. In their speculations, Lin Ling was a freak of nature. When he left the seven profound martial house, he was at the late King Spirit realm. Now, it was highly likely that he had reached the peak of the King Spirit realm. Lin Ling, hand over your position on the Tianjiao list today. I'm Lai Qing, said the Moon Guard calmly. Now that Lin Ling had appeared, he could challenge him and seize Lin Ling's Tianjiao list. Alright, you don't need to introduce yourself. I'm not interested. As for you challenging me, you're too weak. After Lin Ling helped Long Xiaoqian up, he faintly said this. Indeed, this opponent was very weak and he disdained to challenge him. Then he looked at Long Xiaoqian and said, Long Xiaoqian, you lost to him before. What you lost to him was not strength but time. Now you and he will fight again. The crowd was surprised. Lin Ling himself might not be this youth's match, but he didn't dare to go up. Instead, he had the weaker Long Xiaoqian go up. Was he joking? You don't dare to fight? So you want your follower to continue being abused? The youth frowned and asked. It's not that I don't dare, but that you don't have the qualifications. As for being abused, maybe you'll be the one being abused. Lin Ling shook his head, and the youth crazily laughed. He didn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. The crowd also helplessly shook their heads. Before, Long Xiaoqian had been defeated in a single move. How could he be this youth's match? Long Xiaoqian looked at Lin Ling with a strange expression. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would say this. However, Lin Ling quickly handed him an axe. With this, I'll help you win. A soft voice rang out, causing Long Xiaoqian to be even more puzzled. But after he took the axe, his entire body trembled. His spiritual qi endlessly poured into the axe, and the axe returned a powerful force to him. This battle weapon was extraordinary. Lin Ling this. Long Xiaoqian. Long Xiaoqian's body trembled. Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying axe? Heaven-striking axe. In the past I destroyed your weapon. Today I will return it to you. Lin Ling faintly smiled. This is too precious. Long Xiaoqian simply didn't know what to say. His heart was filled with excitement. Your surname is Long, but you are not welcomed in the seven profound martial house. You don't have any status in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. So, if you want to regain your lost dignity, then you must begin today. Lin Ling enunciated each word, causing Long Xiaoqian's eyes to turn moist. Yes, his surname was Long, and in the 5 great ancient countries, Only the Heavenly Dragon Empire had the surname Long. Therefore, he was a person of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Unfortunately, everything was as Lin Ling had said. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had caused him to lose his dignity, and he wished that he was no longer surnamed Long. Therefore, his bloodline had left the Heavenly Dragon Empire and endured humiliation in order to prove himself. Lin Ling had guessed Long Xiaoqin's origin, and this had given him a strong confidence and support. Putong. Long Xiaoqin fell to one knee. Lin Ling, before when he said that I was your follower, others laughed at him. But in fact I did not oppose it in my heart, because I knew that in the future you would be a dragon among men. But today I will tell everyone in front of everyone that I, Long Xiaoqin, am Lin Ling's follower. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be Lin Ling's right hand. Yes. He was thoroughly convinced by Lin Ling. Long Xiaoqin, he? Ouyang Feiyang and the others were surprised. Although they also admired Lin Ling to be under Lin Ling's shadow, they were somewhat unable to let go of their pride. But now Lin Ling had given Long Xiaoqin an axe, and Long Xiaoqin was actually willing to accept it. What kind of axe was this? Well, emotional words can be said later. After I'm done with you, I'll torture your so-called boss. Lin Ling, wait for me. Cut. To him, today his name would shake the 7 profound martial house, and he would seize Lin Ling's status as a proud son of heaven. Long Xiaoqin, a martial artist, must learn to endure, but that does not mean that they must endure. This dog's mouth stinks, teach him a lesson. Lin Ling indifferently said. If this boy wanted to seize his status as a proud son of heaven, he would not oppose it. But this boy's words had been slandering him and humiliating him. If he did not have the corresponding strength, then he would suffer. Yes, boss. Boss. Long Xiaoqin stood up, waved the axe in his hand and then sneered. Chapter 7:12. Fury in the clouds, your breath stinks. Without another word, Long Xiaoqin pounced towards the youth, his axe chopping down from above. Trash. The young man laughed disdainfully. He stretched out a hand and drew a circle in the air. A mirror-like circle appeared, wanting to block the axe. That's the square prism mirror. A 7th-grade king-ranked martial art. Its defense is strong and it can borrow force to attack force. Before, Long Xiaoqin couldn't even break it with martial arts. Now that he doesn't use martial arts, he loses even faster. They didn't think much of Long Xiaoqin at all. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling. Only they noticed that Lin Ling had reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. So they knew that if Long Xiaoqin lost, Lin Ling would have to fight. Boom! However, when the giant axe chopped down, something shocking happened. The axe swept everything before it, and the youth's mirror was split into 2. His right arm was even chopped off, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, directly shaking the youth to the point of spitting out blood. Silence! There was a deathly silence all around. Previously, Long Xiaoqin hadn't been a match for that youth at all. But now he'd been insta-killed. What kind of axe is that? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They could see the reason for Long Xiaoqin's increase in strength. Boss, a half-spirit grade weapon is indeed very powerful. It can double my attack power. In the open space, Long Xiaoqin waved his axe and looked excitedly at Lin Ling. Then he walked step by step towards the youth on the ground. You want to steal my boss's chosen status, but you can't even compare to me. Aren't you ashamed? You keep saying that boss is a piece of trash, then what are you? This axe will take your life. With that, the axe in Long Xiaoqin's hand chopped down, causing the youth to cough up another mouthful of blood and faint from fright. At the critical moment, Long Xiaoqin put away his axe and stood there with a mocking smile on his face. Right now he felt proud and elated. After that, he glanced proudly at all the Moon Guard level disciples, causing them to not dare look him in the eye. All of the Moon Guard disciples were shocked. Lin Ling had actually given Long Xiaoqin a half-spiritual artifact. What a terrifying amount of wealth! Long Xiaoqin had a half-spiritual weapon in hand, and with his own cultivation, there were very few Moon Guards who could threaten him. Long Xiaoqin's luck is too good. Ouyang Feiyang and the others widened their eyes. They suddenly felt an impulse to regret. If they had also become Lin Ling's subordinates, would they have also been able to obtain such terrifying weapons? A half-spirit artifact was obtained by two trash like you. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Since it's a half-spirit artifact, I won't teach you a lesson today. At this moment, a voice rang out from one of the geniuses who had been watching the battle from afar. One of them walked out slowly. This person was about 20-something years old. He was tall and had a sharp gaze. When the crowd saw the genius walk out, the moon guards immediately fell silent. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. However, they knew that Lin Ling's semi-spiritual weapon had attracted the attention of a powerful expert. The half-spirit artifact is mine. Do you want to steal it from me? Are you not afraid of violating the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the tall youth. This youth's talent king body was a bit strange. It was similar to the body of a vengeful spirit. Moreover, there was a mysterious charm to it, like the wrath of the heavens. Lin Ling had seen the body of a vengeful spirit before. The angrier one was, the stronger one's combat strength would be. It was extremely fierce. He didn't think that he would encounter it again in the world of geniuses like the Seven Profound Martial House. To tell you the truth, I was ordered by Dan Luofan to cripple you in exchange for Dan Luofan's pills. But I discovered that compared to Dan Luofan's pills, your half-spirit artifact seems to be more valuable. The tall youth smiled, but his smile was cold and gloomy. The surrounding Moon Guard disciples' eyes flashed. They naturally knew who this tall youth was. Yun Zhongnu, who had risen like a dark horse in the Seven Profound Heavens chosen preliminaries and had reached rank 300. His strength was in the top 3 of the early Royal Spirit Realm, and he could be considered invincible in the early Royal Spirit Realm. But this person had always been overbearing. In order to become stronger, he would use any method. After learning that Dan Luofan wanted to exterminate Lin Ling, he had volunteered to take on the mission in order to obtain the pill. But now Lin Ling was very stupid. He wasn't strong, but he had actually taken out a half-spirit artifact. This was naturally seen by Yun Zhongnu. Dan Luofan, what a good method. In order to retaliate against me, you actually used a pill as a reward. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the advantage of being an alchemist. Even if one's strength wasn't high, they could still use pills to make others work for them. Don't worry, I don't like Dan Luofan either. If it weren't for his pills, I definitely wouldn't touch you. So, as long as you give me your half-spirit artifact, I won't kill you. Of course, you can also refuse, but my patience is limited. If you don't think it over in 3 breaths, not only will I kill you, but I'll also take your half-spirit artifact. Yun Zhongnu said again as he stared greedily at the semi-spiritual weapon in Long Xiaoqin's hand. How domineering! Geniuses in the Seven Profound Heavens chosen rankings have this privilege. Wow! The crowd was inwardly shocked. Yun Zhanu was arrogant because he was pretty strong in the preliminary round of the Seven Profound Prodigy ranking. Not to mention Lin Ling, who was at the bottom of the Prodigy ranking. Even the 400th ranked prodigies on the Prodigy ranking wouldn't dare to confront Yun Zhanu head-on. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very unlucky. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. Yun Zhongnu calmly counted down. As the third count fell, he coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's complexion was also indifferent. He hadn't thought that after returning to the Seven Profound Martial House, so many people would make things difficult for him. If his strength hadn't increased in the old tomb, then he might have been in some trouble today. You're so overbearing, aren't you afraid of violating the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House? Lin Ling's voice was low. It's fine. The Seven Profound Martial House's proud sons of heaven can challenge each other, as long as both sides agree. Moreover, in a challenge, life or death is not to be blamed. Yun Zhongnu said with a dark smile. But I didn't agree to a life or death challenge. 2. Lin Ling frowned. If I say you agreed, then you agreed. A dead man has no right to argue. Yun Zhongnu said again, good, 3 breaths of time have passed. You've asked what you wanted to ask, now give me your answer. Do you want your life or the half-spirit artifact? Sigh. Lin Ling gently sighed. It seemed that although the Seven Profound Martial House was a legitimate hall of martial arts, there were still loopholes in the rules. For instance, if he didn't agree to fight with Yun Zhongnu and died, then Yun Zhongnu could say to the disciplinary hall that Lin Ling had agreed. But at that time he would be dead, so how could he argue? In the world of martial arts, no matter where it was still the law of the jungle. All martial artists wanted to become stronger. Since it's like this, I'll give you two choices. 1. Fuck off. 2. Die. Sigh. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. The crowd's pupils shrank. Yun Zhongnu had threatened Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he had threatened back, giving him two choices. 1. Fuck off. 2. Die. This courage was too great. Boss. Give him the half-spirit artifact. Long Chen. He believed that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, and he also believed that Lin Ling would shine in the future. But Yun Zhongnu was a dark horse in the proud son of heaven preliminaries. He was nearly invincible in the royal spirit realm. Lin Ling's cultivation time was so short, how could he be his match? Chapter 7:13. I didn't save Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was still cold and indifferent. If this person wanted to die, then he would fulfill his wish. As for being ranked 300 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, Lin Ling didn't know how powerful he was. But as long as his opponent was at the early royal spirit realm, then he would die. Even if he was at the middle royal spirit realm, he would still die. Moreover, there were many people in the 7 profound martial house that wanted him dead. Then let's see who would be next. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Below 300 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, you are the first one to speak to me like this. Yun Zhongnu's voice suddenly calmed down, causing all of the Moon Guard level disciples to tremble in fear. They had seen the preliminaries. As long as Yun Zhongnu spoke calmly, it meant that he was angry. With Yun Zhongnu's king body, once he was angry, it would be terrifying. However, as everyone was surprised, Yun Zhongnu's voice was even calmer. I know that you are at the early royal spirit realm, so that should be the basis of your confidence. What? The Moon Guard level disciples were shocked. Long Xiaochen and the others' pupils shrank. They had thought that Lin Ling was at the peak of the king spirit realm, but who knew that he had actually reached the royal spirit realm? This monstrous talent was too terrifying. However, if Lin Ling were to face a Moon Guard level disciple, then Lin Ling would surely win. But facing Yun Zhongnu, this was an unrivaled early royal spirit realm proud son of heaven. You will know what it means to be unrivaled in the early royal spirit realm. Bang! Clouds appeared around Yun Zhongnu's body. What was terrifying was that these clouds were tumbling about, as if the heavens were angry. Yun Zhongnu was angry? Have you seen the true meaning of anger? With Yun Zhongnu's voice, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That anger actually made their legs tremble. That's right, their legs trembled. It was as if they were facing an enraged opponent, and their opponent's anger was affecting their own heart of martial arts. Star Fury, Moon Fury, Sun Fury, the wrath of the 3 kings. Behind Yun Zhongnu, 3 illusions of the sun, moon and stars appeared. He punched out at Lin Ling, causing the air to explode. Yun Zhongnu, you are not Lin Ling's match. Do you want to die? At this moment, an anxious voice rang out. From afar, a woman in a blue dress walked over with large strides, causing the crowd's gaze to freeze. That was Scholar Gusu of the 36 scholars. However, what did she mean by her words? Did she just say that Yun Zhongnu was no match for Lin Ling? Could it be that Master Gusu wanted to save Lin Ling, so she came up with an excuse? Apprentice Gusu, I apologize for being late to the battle. Yun Zhongnu's fists didn't stop. Instead, they moved even faster. He knew that when Master Gusu said that he wasn't a match for Lin Ling, she was actually trying to save Lin Ling. What a joke. Yun Zhongnu was a genius ranked 300th in the preliminaries. How could he not be a match for Lin Ling? True intent of wrath? Invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? All I want to say is how pitiful. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he slowly pulled out the sword on his back, dominating the world. Swoosh! Without wasting any time, Lin Ling swung his sword. The tip of the sword was resplendent and dazzling. Fire of destruction was majestic and domineering. The fusion of 2 true intents of martial. Pop! 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 The air exploded and even started burning. Firmament's wrath was split into 2. No amount of wrath could block that sword. How could Yoon Jong-nu's true intent of wrath block it? How can this true intent of martial be so terrifying? Yoon Jong-nu's eyes widened. In his eyes, a flaming sword slashed towards him. The flame seemed to have come from the ancient times, and the sword seemed to have come from the horizon. Yoon Jong-nu's heart trembled. One must know that during the preliminaries, he had faced countless early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, but he had won all of them. This made him fearless. Today, he wanted to kill Lin Ling and obtain some treasures. But who knew that this genius who didn't participate in the preliminaries would be so terrifying? Boom! Yoon Jong-nu didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he was split into two. His collapsed body was engulfed in endless flames. Before he died, he finally knew that Master Gusu wasn't here to save Lin Ling, but to save him. He died just like that? The crowd's hearts trembled violently, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Invincible in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? Where is this invincibility? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out at the same time, causing everyone to look at Lin Ling. Their violently beating hearts surged. Yes, he couldn't block a single sword. Where was the invincibility? Lin Ling had such terrifying strength, but he didn't participate in the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking? At this moment, Lin Ling put away his sword with a calm expression. With his strength, he could be ranked 7th among the 18 young masters. He didn't even need to use his trump card to deal with Yoon Jong-nu. Sigh, this guy. Sigh. In the distance, Gusu Shui was a step too slow. She looked at Lin Ling with surprise and then helplessly shook her head. Currently, within the 100 domains, Lin Ling's reputation had risen. But the news of the Rainforest Holy Land had yet to spread. After all, Lin Ling had only returned to the 7 profound martial house from the ancient tomb for 3 days. Thus, only the 3 great ancient countries knew of Lin Ling's magnificent feat in the ancient tomb. Gusu Shui was someone from the Great Qin Empire, so she naturally knew. She had seen Yoon Jong-nu overestimate himself and seek his own death, so she had tried to stop him, but she had been too slow. Master Gusu, you're too late. Lin Ling looked at Master Gusu and smiled. Master Gusu glared at Lin Ling and said, "You bastard, you're really ruthless." Lin Ling indifferently shrugged his shoulders, not caring at all. Yoon Jong-nu had sought his own death, so he couldn't blame anyone. Then he coldly looked at the crowd and said, "Before, many of you wanted to defeat me and seize my status as a prodigy of heaven. Now I'll give you a chance." Silence. All of the Moon Guard level disciples were silent. Did they dare to go up? If the Moon Guard level disciples don't dare, then let the prodigies of heaven come up. Those prodigies of heaven that have been waiting to watch a good show, which one of you wants to go up? Ice cold. After returning to the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had wanted to keep a low profile and grow. But these people had always thought that he was a soft persimmon, and all of them wanted to seize his status. Since this was the case, he could only display his formidable strength to deter them, lest there would be endless troubles in the future. On the other side, all of the prodigies of heaven were silent. Their rankings were below 300. They simply weren't Yoon Jong-nu's match, much less Lin Ling. When others are weak, you arrogantly humiliate them to prove your pride. When others are strong, you remain silent. All of you are nothing but trash. Ice cold. Lin Ling said again, causing all of the prodigies of heaven to grit their teeth. Lin Ling was humiliating them, and he was humiliating them in front of so many people. How arrogant! The world of martial arts is so vast, who dares to claim to be invincible? You're only at the early Emperor Spirit Realm, and yet you claim to be invincible. Your vision is so shallow, so pitiful, so sad. Lin Ling shook his head, then said to Long Xiaochen and the others, "Let's go, we're returning to the mountain valley." As the crowd looked at his departing back, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Before, they had thought that Lin Ling was the weakest on the prodigy list, so they wanted to replace Lin Ling. But now none of them dared to. In this world where strength was revered, strength was everything. Then they looked at the burnt Yoon Jong-nu, their hearts bitter. Apprentice Master Gusu had not saved Lin Ling, but Yoon Jong-nu. Oh. Chapter 7:14. Gathering in the valley. In the mountain valley, the spiritual energy was rich. When Apprentice Gusu arrived with Lin Ling, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Long Xiaochen and the others stared with wide eyes, their blood surging, but they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. This Apprentice Gusu was really a seductress. She was so feminine, how could Long Xiaochen and the others resist? I know all the places in the 7 profound martial house where the spiritual energy is rich, but how come I don't know about this place? Apprentice Gusu was surprised. Apprentice Gusu. The mountain valley used to be a forbidden area. When a martial artist came here, not only would their cultivation not rise, but it would fall instead. Later, Lin Ling came here and used an array formation to transform the mountain valley, causing the spiritual energy here to become rich. Moreover, the mountain valley has the spiritual roots of ancient trees. Ouyang Feiyang bluntly said. In the past, he had followed Lin Ling to the mountain valley and had seen with his own eyes how mysterious Lin Ling was. Lin Ling, I feel that you are hiding many things that I don't know. Apprentice Gusu crossed her arms over her chest, making her full breast seem even more attractive. She looked at Lin Ling with ill intentions. Lin Ling fiercely glared at Ouyang Feiyang. This guy was too talkative. Then he bitterly smiled at Apprentice Gusu. He might as well play the fool. He also knew why Apprentice Gusu was so surprised. He was only an ordinary disciple, but he knew more than her. Therefore, it would be strange if Apprentice Gusu wasn't curious. The Great Qin Empire told me that you guarded the Qin family's pill workshop by yourself. Your pills are amazing and you even know ancient arrays. Moreover, you defeated the 18th young master and the others. It seems that there is nothing that you cannot do. Apprentice Gusu looked at Lin Ling from the corner of her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to question him, but there was a feminine charm to them. Long Xiaochen and the others' hearts jumped. They couldn't bear it. Lin Ling, we will enter the valley first. I will leave Apprentice Gusu to you. They all fled. After all, Apprentice Gusu's every move was too seductive, full of feminine charm. Wait for me. Lin Ling quickly chased after her. Stinking brat. Master Gusu stomped her tiny feet on the ground, placed her hands on her waist, and chased after him with large strides. After entering the valley, Lin Ling discovered that the spirit qi here was even richer than when he had left. Moreover, many houses had been built here. It had the flavor of a manor. Such a paradise would forever belong to Lin Ling. The 7 profound martial house had its own rules. Every proud son of heaven could have their own practice area, and others were not allowed to go to their practice area to cause trouble. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the 7 profound martial house's rules, and they could even be directly beheaded. After all, the cultivation grounds of martial artists had always been tranquil. If outsiders came to disturb others while they were cultivating, it was very easy to cause qi deviation. In the past, there had been outstanding geniuses who had been crippled like this. Therefore, this rule was very strict. With this rule, Lin Ling could completely relax. He planned to let the Fire Ancient clan cultivate in the mountain valley. It would be best if the Flame Corps could come as well. Haha, second brother, you're back. Heroic laughter came from the valley as Sakura ran out with everyone in large strides. There was Dijichuan, Elder Jian, Elder Muba, and the others. Not bad, your strength has increased. Sakura thumped Lin Ling's chest. He could feel that Lin Ling had reached the early Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling swept out with his soul force and was even more surprised. His big brother had reached the late Emperor Spirit Realm. His big brother's talent was truly terrifying. I went out adventuring and encountered some lucky chances, so I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough. Looking at Elder Jian and the others, Lin Ling smiled. He took out the treasures he had obtained in the ancient tomb and distributed them to everyone. Young spirit fruit. Good boy, this is not an ordinary lucky chance. Elder Jian was very knowledgeable and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Young spirit fruit, even for him, had a significant effect. It could constantly enhance the quality of one's body. If Lin Ling continued to take it, then his foundation would be even greater. Do we have a share in all of this? Long Xiaochen and the others were incomparably excited, especially Ouyang Feiyang and the others. At this moment, they all had thoughts of becoming Lin Ling's subordinates. Of course, Lin Ling had always been sincere to his friends. Moreover, he had a lot of young spirit fruits. He had even saved some for his grandfather Yu and the others. I Zuemo have nothing to say. Lin Ling, if you don't mind, then I will also follow you from now on. Zuemo's eyes flashed, and he finally said word by word. He had watched Lin Ling grow from a former opponent to someone he looked up to now. However, Lin Ling did not look down on him because of his increase in strength. He even shared benefits with them. Therefore, he was sincerely convinced and was willing to follow Lin Ling. Haha, there's no need to follow me. It's fine as long as we are friends. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't care much about being in the shadows. On the other hand, Zuemo, Lanfeng, and the others nodded heavily. They didn't say much on that topic. However, in their hearts, they had already treated Lin Ling as a brother and as their boss. If something happened to Lin Ling, even if the opponent was Elder Xian, they would still stand up. Alright, Lin Ling is back. Let's have a good drink today. Sword Elder was naturally generous. He waved his hand and laughed. Sword Elder, you should take out the few bottles of old wine that you have collected this time, Sakura said with a smile. Stinking brat. The Sword Elder laughed as he scolded. Soon after, he took out a jug of wine. When he realized that the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder had woken up and was rushing over to drink from the jug, he was shocked. What the hell is this little monkey? Haha, it's Little Flame. Don't look at its small body, it's very strong. Lin Ling replied. I found that the things that follow Lin Ling, even the monkeys, are incomparably terrifying. Everyone laughed. Lin Ling also laughed. These were his friends from the 7 Profound Martial House. If his grandfather and the others also came, then this place would be even more lively. At night, the mountain valley was bustling with noise. Everyone was drinking wine and eating meat. There were young girls and boys, old and young. Laughter could be heard from time to time. Second brother, my current strength is below the top 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. I am getting closer and closer to my goal. After drinking several bottles of wine, Sakura laughed heartily. He stood up, his face filled with lofty ambitions. That goal was naturally to challenge the martial house master. I should be below the top 200, and I am getting closer and closer to my goal. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes revealing a firm fighting spirit. On the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list, those below 300 were those at the early Royal Spirit Realm, and those below 200 were those at the middle Royal Spirit Realm. Although Lin Ling was at the early Royal Spirit Realm, he was confident that he could defeat a large number of middle Royal Spirit Realm geniuses. Thus he was ranked below 200. If he could reach the top 200, then Lin Ling would be able to defeat those at the late Royal Spirit Realm. You two are freaks. We haven't even entered the Proud Son of Heaven list yet. The others helplessly laughed. They were happy for Lin Ling but not jealous. This was because they knew that Lin Ling and Sakura were rare geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land. Chapter 7:15. Killing to stop killing. Come, second brother. Let's drink until we're drunk. Sakura picked up his wine and clinked it with Lin Ling's. Scholar Gusu drank a few cups and left. Before leaving, she said to Lin Ling, Dan Luofan is about to take the alchemist exam. If you're interested in him, you can go find him. Scholar Gusu is also from the Great Qin Empire, so she knows about the grudge between Lin Ling and Dan Luofan. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. How could he miss such a good show? Late at night, everyone left one after another. The Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and said with a serious face, Lin Ling, your body is full of killing intent. Lin Ling was still drinking wine. After hearing the Sword Elder's words, his pupils constricted. A very mysterious killing intent is entangling you. To be able to condense the killing intent without dispersing, it means that you've killed a lot of people. More than 1 million. The Sword Elder said again. After seeing Lin Ling, he had this feeling. But what he found strange was that although Lin Ling killed decisively, he wasn't someone who would kill indiscriminately. He shouldn't have killed more than 1 million people. That killing intent isn't mine. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. If he didn't guess wrong, the killing intent came from the ancient flame devil. The killing intent of the ancient flame devil actually affected him. It's not yours? Then it's from the item on your body. But everyone has their own secrets. So the Sword Elder didn't ask. The Sword Elder only wants to say that no matter how strong the killing intent is, it's not scary. What's scary is that the killing intent will affect your martial heart and turn you into a killing demon king. The Sword Elder slowly said, I'll pay more attention in the future. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't a person who liked to kill. Most of the time he was forced to kill by others. But from today onwards, he will try to restrain himself. No. However, the Sword Elder shook his head and said a few words, which made Lin Ling puzzled. The Sword Elder was against him not killing them? Those who deserve to be killed must be killed. You have already been entangled by the murderous aura. If you restrain yourself and don't kill, then it will go against your heart of martial arts. You can't go up, you can't go down. Rather than this, it would be better to let go of your mentality and kill to stop killing. The Sword Elder's voice became faintly discernible, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Killing is like the devil in your heart. Because you're afraid of killing, you restrain yourself. That's because you're afraid of the devil in your heart. That way, you'll be affected by your killing chi and become a devil of slaughter. Killing chi is the same as cultivation. The more difficult it is, the more you have to face it. But when you kill, you have to know why you're killing. You have to have your own principles. You don't have to kill for the sake of killing. The Sword Elder stood up and drank a mouthful of wine. After that, he slowly left and headed towards the 10,000 Swords Peak. He knew that Lin Ling's perception was very strong and would understand his words. Beside the bonfire, Lin Ling sat quietly while holding the wine jug in his hand. His mind was constantly thinking. That's right, because he was afraid of the murderous aura. He wanted to restrain his killing chi. However, it was the opposite of his heart of martial arts. His heart of martial arts was to stand at the peak of the clouds, looking down at the world, and live a carefree life. If he was afraid of the murderous aura and restrained himself in everything he did, how could he live a carefree life? How could he be unruly? Therefore, if he had to kill, he would kill. However, it was fine as long as he didn't kill for the sake of killing. He would always have his own principles, and he would always protect the peaceful place in his heart. Yu Heavenly Concubine, Qin Xiaolan and Yuer Yuman Yun and the others, he didn't know how they were doing. There was also his grandfather and the Fire Ancient clan. The Fire Legion. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was his belief. The ancient flame devil is very mysterious. Its murderous aura is starting to affect me. Could it be that its ultimate goal isn't to be controlled by humans, but to control humans? Then, a terrifying thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He and the mysterious person in the ancient tomb both thought that the array altar could wash away the demonic nature of the ancient flame devil and easily control it. However, in reality, the ancient flame devil might be controlling them. It entered their bodies and devoured their thoughts, turning them into ancient flame devils. Looks like I have to be careful. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had hidden a terrifying trump card, but it was also a ticking time bomb. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He continued to cultivate in the valley and stabilize his realm. His strength wasn't very strong at the moment, and he was only ranked in the middle of the prodigy list. Therefore, he still needed to work hard. However, he wanted to cultivate in a low-profile manner, but others wouldn't let him live in peace. Lin Ling, come out. On this day, a loud shout sounded from outside the valley. Long Xiaochen and the others' faces changed. They were cultivating at the moment, and that thunderous voice immediately affected them. Fortunately, they weren't at the critical moment of their breakthrough. Otherwise, that shout would have caused them to suffer from cultivation deviation. Lin Ling's face turned ugly. He didn't say anything and strode out of the valley. Outside the valley, a large number of figures had already gathered. Many people were talking, waiting to watch a good show. They looked at the dozen or so figures in front of them. These people all had cold and indifferent expressions. They were powerful and wore long blue robes. What was different from the other disciples was that on the chest of their robes were embroidered 3 large characters. Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall was a sacred and dignified place in the 7 profound martial house. To enter the Law Enforcement Hall, the minimum requirement was to be at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and also a proud son of heaven. These dozen or so people on the prodigy list all had terrifying strength, and were ranked in the top 200. At this moment, Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen walked out. frowning as they looked at this group of people. You are Lin Ling? My apologies, but please come with me to the law enforcement hall. You have violated the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House. In this group of people, a youth with long hair cascading down his back said with a smile. His voice was cold, but the smile on his face was very friendly, like a smiling tiger. They are all proud sons of heaven at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and they are also from the Law Enforcement Hall. Long Xiaoqin and the others' faces were dignified. Any one of these people could sweep away everyone on their side, not to mention that these people had great authority in their hands. This was because they were from the Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Ling, be careful, don't provoke them. The Law Enforcement Hall has great authority in the 7 Profound Martial House. Even if someone from the 5 great ancient countries dares to commit a crime in the 7 Profound Martial House, they will still dare to move. Long Xiaoqin reminded. Lin Ling nodded. The 7 Profound Martial House was above the 5 great ancient countries, so the Law Enforcement Hall of the Martial House could not be underestimated. This senior apprentice brother, what is the matter? Lin Ling gently asked. His tone was calm, causing many people to secretly sneer. Lin Ling didn't seem to know what he had provoked. Today, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. You should be clear of the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House. Anyone who commits a crime will be punished. We represent the Law Enforcement Hall, so please come with us. The youth with the friendly smile slowly said. Senior apprentice brother, there is no need to speak nonsense with him. Just take him away. He is only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. What qualifications does he have to speak? Another person shouted. He waved his right hand, and a saber light cut down a boulder in front of the valley. Then he said with dignity, if you refuse, then this will be your fate. This was a show of strength, to make Lin Ling fear the Law Enforcement Hall. However, the effect was very good. Long Xiaoqin and the others' hearts trembled, and they were somewhat in awe. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. He lightly said, the Law Enforcement Hall has the backing of the 12 Xian elders. It is very awe-inspiring, but everything must be reasonable. You say that I have violated the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House, but what rules are you referring to? Chapter 716. Disciplinary Hall. How bold! Do you think you have the qualifications to speak? However, the most overbearing youth didn't give him any face and shouted. The smiling youth also lightly said, Lin Ling, I am Sky Travel. I am under the orders of Elder Duan to ask you to return to the disciplinary hall. If you want to know what rules you have violated, then may I ask if you know that the 7 Profound Martial House does not allow the killing of disciples of the same sect? I know. Lin Ling indifferently nodded, but he continued to think. He had a faint guess. Elder Duan? No wonder this was the case. Then you killed Yun Zhongnu. Do you know? Sky Travel asked again. I know. Lin Ling nodded again. That's good. Since you have pleaded guilty, then come with us to the disciplinary hall. I know that you are a rare talent, so I will put in a few good words for you in front of Elder Duan. He will be lenient. Sky Travel's face became expressionless. He raised his hand high, wanting to have someone take away Lin Ling. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. Long Xiaoqin and the others anxiously said, do you also want to be an accomplice? Sky Travel's voice was low and deep. There was no trace of that friendly smile from before. A powerful aura erupted, full of majesty, causing Long Xiaoqin and the others' hearts to tremble. To them, a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm genius was like a high and mighty king. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. Sky Travel was very strong, comparable to the Dragon Monarch of the 18 Young Masters. The difference between the two was that the Dragon Monarch was younger, less than 20 years old, but Sky Travel was over 20 years old. This was also the reason why Sky Travel could not become one of the 18 Young Masters. But it was undeniable that Sky Travel could not be underestimated, and so were the others. There must be a misunderstanding, but we must capture Lin Ling and bring him to the disciplinary hall. We are willing to go with him. Long Xiaoqin wanted to make a final struggle and resolutely take a step forward. Ouyang Feiyang Zuemo, and the others were also the same. Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. In this time of crisis, Long Xiaoqian and the others had not abandoned him. This meant that he could become friends with them. Several disciples of the disciplinary hall contemptuously smiled, not caring about Long Xiaoqian and the others. There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to walk to hell. If you want to die with Lin Ling, then we'll fulfill your wish. Long Xiaoqian and the others are stupid. Lin Ling is definitely going to die, and they actually want to die with him. Some people sighed. They could already guess the result, but Lin Ling had shown off his ability, so he had offended too many people. There was Great Sun Elder, the former Su Fan, and now the disciplinary hall's Elder Duan. Even if Lin Ling had the Sword Elder behind him, the Sword Elder alone would find it difficult to protect Lin Ling. Just as the disciplinary hall disciples were about to attack, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out. Senior Apprentice Brother Sky Travel, I want to ask you something. If the 7 profound martial houses Prides of Heaven agree to exchange pointers, is that a violation of the rules? It's not. Sky Travel shook his head. Since that's the case, Yun Zhongnu and I have already agreed to exchange pointers in a life or death match. How is that a violation of the rules? Lin Ling indifferently asked. The disciplinary hall disciples were silent. They had only received an order from the disciplinary elder to bring Lin Ling back. The reason was that Lin Ling had violated the 7 profound martial houses rules, but they weren't clear on the specifics. For a time they couldn't find anything to say. Lin Ling, you are wrong, but you don't repent. You even want to twist right and wrong. Sky Travel, take him away. This is my order. At this moment, an old man walked out from the crowd. This old man wasn't tall, but he was extremely strong. Every step he took was like a fierce tiger. As he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder Duan. Sky Travel's eyes narrowed, and he respectfully nodded. They had received orders from this old man to capture Lin Ling. Elder Duan, your status in the Justice Duan family shouldn't be low. No wonder you want to force me to my death. Lin Ling's complexion was still calm, but he coldly looked at the old man. Before, when he had heard the name Elder Duan, he had already guessed that this old man must be someone from the Justice Duan family. The Justice Duan family didn't dare to enter the 7 profound martial house to move against him, but they had used other schemes to harm him. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. Lin Ling, for your stubbornness, the law enforcement hall will sentence you to death. Sky Travel, take him away. The old man's complexion was still indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Lin Ling's words at all. It was as if he was doing this for the 7 profound martial house. However, Lin Ling's guess was correct. This old man was someone from the Justice Duan family. He didn't dare to rashly move against Lin Ling, but as long as he could grab onto Lin Ling's weakness, then he could take Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He swept his eyes over the crowd and lightly said, the law enforcement hall's Elder Duan, haha, you have quite the prestige. If you want to harm me, then just say it. There's no need to find excuses. You said that I killed Yun Zhongnu, but we both agreed to a life or death duel. How could that be a violation of the rules? You said that you both agreed to a life or death duel, but do you have witnesses? Elder Duan coldly said, his eyes looking into the distance. We were present at the time, but we didn't hear Yun Zhongnu say that he agreed to a life or death duel. It was Lin Ling who was arrogant, sneaking up on senior apprentice brother Yun Zhongnu. In the crowd, someone immediately spoke up. These people were all Elder Duan's people, so they naturally understood. That's right, we all saw it. Soon someone else echoed. Voices sounded out. It seemed that after Elder Duan's arrival, Lin Ling's situation had become even more dangerous. Distorting right and wrong, what nonsense. Long Xiaoqian couldn't help but shout. He was also present at the time. It was clearly Yun Zhongnu who had forced Lin Ling into a life or death duel. But these people were slandering it as if Lin Ling had forced Yun Zhongnu into a life or death duel. You have no right to speak. Elder Duan's aged face was still indifferent as he lightly said. We were also present at the time. If they have the right to speak, why don't we? Long Xiaoqian didn't fear him and angrily shouted again. You dare to shout at me? Elder Duan's eyes turned cold. He was just putting on an act, waiting for Lin Ling to die so that he wouldn't have such a big hand. But who would have thought that there would be someone on Lin Ling's side who dared to refute him? Thus he released a powerful aura that caused Long Xiaoqin's face to turn pale. That was the aura of a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. An aura that was 2 realms higher than him. How could Long Xiaoqin withstand it? It was obvious that Elder Duan was using his powerful aura to pressure Long Xiaoqin, hoping that he wouldn't dare to speak again. Long Xiaoqin, come back. Lin Ling glared at Elder Duan and coldly said, causing Long Xiaoqin to walk back unwillingly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The enforcement elder was clearly here to take his life today and had already prepared everything, so any words he said were useless. To put it bluntly, everything depended on strength. The enforcement elder had the right and strength, so everything he said was right. Oh. Chapter 717. If they couldn't negotiate, then there was no need to negotiate. Elder Duan, if you say that Long Xiaoqin has no right to speak, then they also have no right to speak. The only ones with the right to speak are me and Yun Zanu. I think that Yun Zanu agreed, but you don't. Then have Yun Zanu testify with me. With this in mind, Lin Ling coldly spoke again, causing Elder Duan's pupils to narrow. Yun Zanu has already been killed by you, so how can he testify? This should be the responsibility of the Law Enforcement Hall. As a dignified law enforcement elder, you don't even understand the situation before casually arresting people. Is this how the 7 Profound Martial House allows you to be a law enforcement elder? Of course, if you really want to arrest me, then go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. As long as he says that we didn't have a fair duel, then I will immediately behead you. Lin Ling shouted again, his aura domineering. He didn't fear Elder Duan at all. Go to hell and find Yun Zanu? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling really dared to say that he wanted the law enforcement elder to go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. If he didn't, then Lin Ling wouldn't be guilty. But if the law enforcement elder went to hell, would he be able to return alive? Little beast, you have a sharp tongue. Today I won't allow you to quibble. The law enforcement elder's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. But Lin Ling still didn't fear him. He looked straight at him. If the law enforcement elder distorted right and wrong, then Lin Ling would also distort right and wrong. You want to arrest me? Sure, go to hell and bring Yun Zanu up. Skyroam, arrest them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. I will support them. The law enforcement elder was disinclined to speak any more nonsense. Today, he would kill Lin Ling and vent the anger of the Justice Duan family. You're finally going to make a move? The crowd's eyes flickered incessantly. Although Lin Ling's words were reasonable, any reason was useless when the law enforcement hall wanted to arrest him. Sometimes strength represented everything. It represented good and evil. Lin Ling already knew about this. He even knew that this would happen when he found out that the law enforcement elder's surname was Duan. That was why he teased Elder Duan earlier. He knew that even if he wanted to keep a low profile, others would not let him do as he wished. If they went too far, he could only crush them in a high-profile manner. If we can't talk, then there's no need to talk. Mountain River Valley is my territory. Trespassers kill, said Lin Ling in an ice-cold voice. The crowd was astonished. Lin Ling wanted to kill the members of the law enforcement hall? He was crazy. Would this cause a great disturbance in the 7 Profound Martial House? Second brother, I've already said that there's no need to waste words with them. These treacherous people should be killed. At the same time, an overbearing and magnificent voice sounded out from Mountain River Valley. A bone sword with a dazzling white light fell from the sky. With a rumble, the sword cut down, and the earth violently shook. Sakura had arrived. Long Xiaoqin, you return to the valley. Leave these fellows to me and Big Brother. Seeing Sakura arrive, Lin Ling suddenly gave a heroic smile. His right hand pulled out his sword, and a destructive aura bloomed from his body. Flames appeared. Right and wrong, good and evil, sometimes it could not be explained by words. Only by killing to one's heart's content. They're crazy. Just 2 trifling juniors dare to attack the law enforcement hall. Kill them. Elder Duan's eyes turned red. The other side only had 2 people, but not only did they not fear them, they even wanted to kill them. Lin Ling, this was a deathbed struggle. Big Brother, I'll leave that old ghost to you. As for the rest of the trash, leave them to me. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. One man and one sword, he looked down on the crowd, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling had just defeated the early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Yun Zhongnu, shocking the entire Heaven's Chosen list. Now, he was going to face a dozen mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses alone? Kill. Surging killing intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. At this moment he remembered Elder Sword's words. Stop killing with killing, don't be afraid of killing intent, and face it with courage. Know why you're killing, know why you're dying. As long as you still have principles in your heart, and there's something you need to protect, that's enough. Swoosh. The sword light was like water and flames bloomed. With one slash, a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Law Enforcement Hall disciple's head flew out. How terrifying, killing a Law Enforcement Hall disciple in one move. The crowd's eyes widened. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong. He was ranked 300 on the Heaven's Chosen list? Looking at his strength, it was more than enough to enter the top 200. Second brother, you're amazing. That martial intent is stronger than I imagined. Sakura held the bone sword in his hand and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Last time when they were drinking, he already had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling was able to defeat a few of the 18 young masters, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, Lin Ling's strength was indeed terrifying. However, this was his brother killing geniuses with one slash. Big brother, your opponent is not weak. He's an elder at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This sword is yours. Killing him is as easy as killing a dog. Lin Ling's ethereal voice sounded out. Then a sword flew towards Sakura. He knew that he wasn't Elder Duan's opponent, so he let the sword pass to Sakura. After Sakura caught the sword, his eyes narrowed and he laughed loudly. This sword was a spiritual weapon. With this sword, why would he be afraid of the Law Enforcement Hall's elders? Today, us brothers will kill to our heart's content. Sakura's laughter was like thunder in the sky, rumbling out. Crazy, these two are simply lawless. Looking at the unscrupulous Lin Ling and Sakura, the crowd was thoroughly shocked. It had to be known that the Law Enforcement Hall represented justice, and represented the dignity of the Seven Profound Martial House. They had always been the ones to arrest others. Even if the other party was a noble from the 5 great ancient countries, as long as they were guilty, they would still arrest them. Sometimes they represented the divine judgment of the heavens. But today these two arrogant youths had savagely killed their way back. Did they want to create the first miracle of the 7 Profound Martial House? Lin Ling, you dare to kill my Law Enforcement Hall's people, I'll kill you. The Law Enforcement Hall's Elder Duan roared. Only now did he realize that Lin Ling was not joking. If he said he would kill, then he would kill. He simply didn't regard them as Law Enforcement Hall disciples. Old dog, you should take care of yourself. Don't think that just because you're a Law Enforcement Hall elder that you can look down on everyone. If we want to kill you, we'll kill you too. At this moment, Sakura had already rushed over, his powerful aura erupting. His strength was at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, and his innate king body was extremely terrifying. In addition, with the chaotic evil sword in hand, he even dared to fight the heavens. Pung pung pung. For a time, he had actually suppressed Elder Duan in a crazy manner. The crowd's pupils widened. This was an elder. Sakura was only a disciple, but an elder was being suppressed by a disciple. In this battle, it was as if Elder Duan had been slapped in the face by Sakura. Then they looked at Lin Ling again, and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Sakura was crazy, but Lin Ling was also the same. He was fighting a dozen Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. That sword, that flame, he laughed proudly at the world. At this moment, many people realized why Lin Ling was able to shake the world as soon as he entered the 7 Profound Martial House. Chapter 718. Kill to your heart's content. You were the one who attacked my mountain valley. Don't you know that the mountain valley is the home of my rainforest holy land? You attacked my home, you have touched my reverse scale. A cold voice floated out from outside the mountain valley. Lin Ling stepped forwards and threw himself at the overbearing youth. Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, very arrogant. But I'm sorry, I've killed many. Even the 18th young master. The dragon monarch died under my sword. What? The 18th young master died under Lin Ling's sword. Is it because of what happened in the Icefield region's ancient tomb? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had faintly heard that in the Icefield region's ancient tomb, there was a great war between the three ancient countries, and one of their geniuses had risen. However, this had only happened a few days ago, so the Rainforest Holy Land hadn't received any specific information. But now, could that rising genius be Lin Ling? Shua! A terrifying sword light cut out. The crowd saw something. They saw that the law enforcement hall disciple was unable to block it, and was split in two. Chi! The crowd forgot how to breathe. Not only was Lin Ling crazy, but his strength was also terrifying. Lin Ling, even if you kill us all, you have violated the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. You will die without a doubt. Skyu's pupils shrank. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. It had to be known that when he had first arrived at the mountain valley, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this ant had awoken from a deep slumber and immediately turned into a killing god. He was a bit afraid and a bit regretful. All of this was ironic. Their law enforcement hall had always been sacred and dignified, but today they were afraid of a young boy. You don't need to worry about that. If you want to convict me of a crime, then go to hell and bring Yun Jianu up. The low and deep voice floated out once more, causing Skyu's heart to tremble. Before, Lin Ling had said that if they wanted to convict him of a crime, then they should go to hell and find Yun Jianu. Now were they really going to hell? Little Flame! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Little Flame, who was sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes, after which it leaped onto the ground. With a loud bang, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant ape and similarly pounced forward. Whoosh! With a sweep of his huge arm, astral winds howled. No martial arts could withstand it. That was pure physical strength, the strength to move mountains and rivers. On the other hand, Lin Ling's combination of sword and fire allowed him to annihilate an entire army. Facing these mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies, he didn't need to use any movement techniques, nor did he need to use any sort of profound martial arts. He could simply crush them with brute force. One had to know that the strength of these geniuses was comparable to the 18 young masters, the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was more famous than them because he was younger. However, that was the Dragon Monarch of the past. After the Dragon Monarch came out from the ancient tomb, his strength had increased greatly. He had many trump cards and surpassed these geniuses. However, he was still killed by Lin Ling. This meant that the law enforcement hall geniuses were no match for Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's full strength, even without the ancient flame devil, he could easily kill a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, unless it was one of the top few. This leapfrogging battle is too terrifying. If Lin Ling participated in the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking, he would probably be able to reach the 250th rank. In the distance, the crowd was trembling with fear. They felt that Lin Ling was the dark horse of the preliminaries of the prodigy ranking. On the other hand, the law enforcement hall disciples were panicking. How would they dare to capture Lin Ling? They simply wanted to escape. Especially Tianyu. A rumor rose in his heart. Not long ago, in the Ice Plain region, 18 young masters of the 7 great martial arts halls had gathered. However, after the battle between the 3 ancient nations, a terrifying monster had emerged. Now he was sure that the monster was Lin Ling, the 16th. While Tianyu was thinking in shock, a cold voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out, causing his body to tremble again. He turned around and saw that 16 people from the law enforcement hall had died. Lin Ling didn't seem to want to let any of them go. Kill! Kill! In the entire mountain valley, the two stirred up the winds and clouds. Their killing spree shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He gave off a tyrannical and evil feeling. With this killing spree, Lin Ling had finally become a god of death in the 7 profound martial house. Many disciples had nightmares about him. Lin Ling could not be provoked. Stop! Stop! At this moment, a voice filled with heavenly might sounded out, causing the entire earth to shake. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked up at the sky, but the corners of his mouth curved up in an evil grin. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Stop. Under the obstruction of the voice from the sky, Lin Ling's right hand grabbed a person's neck. Then a blazing flame burned out, obliterating the last person. This person was Tian Yu. More than a dozen proud sons of heaven from the law enforcement hall had come with great momentum. They had loftily wanted to convict Lin Ling and bring Lin Ling back to the law enforcement hall. However, the result was that all of them had died under Lin Ling's hands. The smell of blood wafted through the mountain valley. Flames burned, swords flashed, and the crowd in the distance gulped. They looked in horror at the proud youth standing in the middle of the valley. This youth held a great sword, and there were even drops of blood dripping from the blade. This was the god of death, Lin Ling. Looking at the other side, Sakura was still suppressing Elder Duan, and the battle wasn't even as fast as Lin Ling's side. This made many people feel that facing Sakura seemed to be better than facing Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This man wore golden armor and his hair was white. His body was broad, and he had a dignified aura. He was like a Vajra from the lower realms, and he held a great saber in his hand that was 2 meters long. He was like an ancient war god. He looked at Lin Ling and frowned. Without another word, he chopped down with his saber. Old Saber, you're here. Old Saber. The crowd's pupils constricted. Old Saber of the 12 Xian elders had arrived. Old Saber was the person with the greatest authority in the law enforcement hall. He was righteous, and even if the palace master made a mistake, he dared to kill him with his saber. Because of this, he was able to sit on the head of the law enforcement hall. Now that Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall, how could Old Saber let Lin Ling live? That slash seemed to have cut through the sun and moon. Strong winds billowed and space was torn apart. Lightning and heavenly fire roared within. Old Xian's strength was terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold, but he was secretly shocked. Other than the mysterious elder he met in the old tomb, this was the first time he had seen such great strength. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could defeat the palace master. At least, Old Xian's strength wasn't something he could fight against now. Kill him. In the distance, a sharp and harsh voice sounded out. Old Great Solar Child stepped on the clouds, rolling over. Su Fan was also with him. In addition, a great figure had arrived. Today, Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall. That was simply a violation of the 7 profound martial house's reverse scale. This was the first time that the 7 profound martial house had ever done so. If they didn't kill Lin Ling, how could they establish the prestige of the 7 profound martial house? Old Saber, your subordinates can't distinguish right from wrong. Are you also old and blind? At this moment, a dazzling sword came from the horizon. It cut through the sky, pierced through the void, and shot straight towards that saber. Clang! It was as if all the metals in the world had collided. Some of the weaker geniuses began to bleed from their 7 orifices. The sound waves produced by the collision of 2 powerhouses were not something that they could resist. What a terrifying strength! Even Old Sword has arrived. Old Saber. Chapter 719. I plead guilty. Old Sword. Lin Ling is arrogant and arrogant. He has already committed a great crime by killing someone from the law enforcement hall, and you still want to save him? In the sky, Old Sword gripped his broadsword, not speaking. After Old Great Sun arrived, his wrinkled face maliciously glared at Lin Ling. Old Sword was silent. He was still as majestic as ever, like the most ruthless executioner in the world. He did not move but coldly looked at Lin Ling. Before, he had been so anxious that he had wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was still the law enforcement hall's chief, so he had quickly calmed down. Great figures arrived one by one, looking down at Lin Ling from above. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had caused monstrous waves in the 7 profound martial house today. Mountain River Valley also stopped fighting. Sakura, Long Xiaochen, and the others appeared behind Lin Ling, their eyes cold as they looked at the sky. In fact, right and wrong they could all see at a glance. As the crowd looked at this indomitable and unyielding youth, their hearts were inexplicably complex. But more than that, they looked at the blue and white robed youth, and felt as if they were in a dream. After Lin Ling had entered the Seven Profound Martial House, he had always been on the defensive. But today, he had taken the initiative to attack, and killed without hesitation. This meant that his forbearance had reached the limit. "Excuse me, what wrong have I committed?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Ling slowly put away his broadsword. His indifferent voice floated out. Good courage. Many people secretly admired him. In such a situation, Lin Ling could still maintain his calm. This flexible genius was truly terrifying. "You are arrogant, and have no regard for the law. You have killed your fellow disciples, and slaughter has become your second nature. You have violated the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. You deserve to die." In the sky, Old Sword remained silent. His temperament was like this, but Old Great Sun wanted to seize this opportunity to force Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling was an ant, it was actually very easy for her to kill him. However, if she killed Lin Ling, it would affect her reputation, so even if she wanted to kill Lin Ling, she needed a convincing reason. "You're saying that I killed my fellow disciples and that killing has become my second nature? If I didn't kill them, should I let them kill me?" Lin Ling smiled without a care. He even took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on his face. That action was very arrogant. Great Sun Tong gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling with a vicious gaze. "You actually don't know how to repent after killing so many disciples. Old Dao, as the head of the enforcement hall, you can attack." "Haha, killing is my second nature? How many people have the law enforcement hall killed over the years? Isn't killing their second nature?" Lin Ling laughed loudly, causing Great Sun Child to laugh coldly. This Lin Ling still wanted to struggle before his death? She coldly said, "When the law enforcement hall kills people, that is because they have violated the rules. That is not killing their second nature. This place, the mountain valley, is my territory. They didn't follow the rules and entered the valley to kill people. Did they not violate the rules?" Lin Ling threw the handkerchief in his hand to the ground and lightly replied, "They violated the rules, so they should be killed. In the Seven Profound Martial House, only the law enforcement hall can kill people. If they make a mistake, no one can kill them." Silence. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. In the Seven Profound Martial House, no one was allowed to casually invade other people's practice areas and cause trouble. Otherwise, that was a violation of the Seven Profound Martial House's rules. But the law enforcement hall disciples had actually killed their way into the mountain valley. This was a violation of the rules. "Lin Ling, you're speaking nonsense. They wanted to capture you and bring you back to the law enforcement hall, but you desperately resisted. That's why they went into the valley to capture you." In the distance, Elder Duan roared, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Today, he had come to capture Lin Ling, but not only had he failed to do so, but all of his people had died. "Capture me? Then may I ask what rules I violated? Did you kill Yun Jianu? Yun Jianu had a life or death battle with me. Everyone knows that. Now that he's dead, how can you blame me? If you don't believe me, you can go to hell and bring him up for questioning." "Who's going?" Lin Ling sneered. The words "who's going" drifted in the wind, shaking the mountain valley. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to go to hell to find Yun Jianu? Lin Ling and Yun Jianu's battle was Yun Jianu's first challenge. At this moment, a clear and gentle voice sounded out from the sky. It was Apprentice Master Gusu. Her words had absolute authority. The disciples that had wanted to help Elder Duan were now silent. With such a great figure present, it was no longer Elder Duan who had the final say. If they spoke carelessly, it would be very dangerous. In the sky and on the ground, silence fell. Countless eyes were on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was unfazed even if the sky collapsed. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his clear eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Elder Tong. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. You said that I was arrogant, undisciplined, and killed my fellow disciples. Now tell me, how is it that killing is my second nature? How am I killing my fellow disciples? The law enforcement hall was the first to break the rules, so I'm not a murderous person. Since Yun Jianu and I had a life and death battle, I'm not killing my fellow disciples. At most, I'm just being unruly and arrogant." After saying that, Lin Ling looked at the cold Elder Dao in the sky. "Head of the law enforcement hall, I plead guilty." Lin Ling pleads guilty? Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was defending himself before, but now he was pleading guilty. Once he did, Elder Dao could kill him. Just what did Lin Ling want to do? Even Elder Tong was puzzled. Before, Lin Ling had exonerated himself, but now he was pleading guilty? She was just about to wave her hand to confirm Lin Ling's crime, when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out again. I plead guilty to being arrogant and undisciplined. What punishment is there I accept? Silence. Outside of the mountain valley, everything was silent. Lin Ling had previously said that killing was not his second nature, and he did not kill his fellow disciples. Lin Ling had already defended himself on this point, and it seemed that no one could refute him. Therefore, Lin Ling admitted that he was arrogant and had no regard for the law. However, what punishment could there be for these two crimes? Arrogant and undisciplined, that was only his temperament. If he killed those that were arrogant and undisciplined, then the 7 profound martial house would lose many geniuses. As for being undisciplined, that could be punished, but it would at most be some spirit crystals. You! Elder Tong and Elder Duan both roared. Lin Ling's mouth was too fierce. He could even turn white into black. The law enforcement hall is impartial and strict. I don't think that you will use your own selfishness to arbitrarily convict someone. Elder Dao, please convict me. Lin Ling simply ignored them, still looking at Elder Dao in the sky. Elder Dao's face was cold and indifferent. He calmly looked at Lin Ling, and finally said in a low voice, arrogant and undisciplined, I hope that you will restrain yourself from this crime. You have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. You will be fined 100 spirit crystals. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling's crime was already decided. Chapter 720. Mad God Lin Ling, Old Dao, as the head of the enforcement hall, you must be fair and impartial. Old Great Sun Child grit his teeth and said in a low voice, the enforcement hall did not investigate the facts. Without determining the situation, they said that Lin Ling killed a fellow disciple. The enforcement hall was the first to be found guilty. Then, before the enforcement hall determined the crime, they trespassed into someone else's practice area, violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Thus Lin Ling killed them. He is not guilty. Cold. Elder Dao said coldly under the gazes of the crowd. He was not trying to help Lin Ling. Instead, it was just like his personality, which was fair and just. Even from a selfish point of view, he hated Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the law enforcement hall in front of him. Unfortunately, his character was like this. Wrong was wrong, right was right. He could not charge Lin Ling for his own selfish reasons. Otherwise, he simply did not have the qualifications to be the head of the enforcement hall. Old Dao, you! Old Dao! Old Great Sun Child looked at Old Dao, speechless. He knew that Old Dao was solemn, so he knew that he could not change anything. You are truly worthy of being the head of the enforcement hall. But before that, I would like to ask, for the enforcement hall elder to recklessly charge someone and trespass into someone else's practice area. What crime is that? Old Dao. Lin Ling nodded and looked up at the sky, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had been charged with 2 minor crimes, but he did not feel lucky in his heart. Instead, he wanted to charge Elder Duan with crimes. Lin Ling was truly not someone to be trifled with. Old Dao looked down at Elder Duan, and his indifferent voice floated out, Elder Duan, as an enforcement hall elder, do you have any evidence that Lin Ling has committed a crime? Old Dao. Elder Duan's complexion was incomparably ugly. He had thought that today's matter was a trivial matter. With his status and strength, killing Lin Ling would be extremely easy. That was why he had brought the enforcement hall disciples with him. But he had never thought that Lin Ling would be so difficult to deal with. Not only had he not been caught, but the situation had become even bigger. If this matter had been led by him, he could have reversed black and white, twisted right and wrong. After all, everything was up to him. But now, a large number of Elder Xian had appeared. The entire situation was no longer under his control. Old Dao, Elder Duan could not say anything. He also knew that although Elder Dao appeared to be a man of few words, he was not stupid. In fact, his observation skills were incomparably sharp. Therefore, it was impossible to deceive Elder Dao at this time, waste his cultivation and expel him from the 7 profound martial house. Elder Duan kept shouting that he was innocent. However, Elder Duan was still expressionless. If Elder Duan could find an explanation, maybe Elder Duan would help him, but Elder Duan couldn't. In fact, the life and death duel between Lin Ling and Yun Zhongnu was a public affair. Even if Elder Duan had bribed a lot of people, he couldn't bribe everyone. As long as someone admitted it, Elder Duan wouldn't be able to defend himself. Therefore, Elder Duan knew this and didn't say anything. Lin Ling hadn't violated the rules, but Elder Duan had come to capture Lin Ling. He had broken into someone else's practice area. Elder Duan had violated the rules. Elder Dao had already roughly guessed what had happened. If he didn't know about this, then it wouldn't matter if Lin Ling died. But since he knew, then he would naturally handle this matter impartially. Lin Ling, you had best restrain your arrogance. This time you were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but next time you may not be so lucky. Although this was the case, Elder Dao still coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. This junior will remember Elder Xian's words. Although he was being taught a lesson, the crowd had a strange feeling. Was this a lesson? This was more like praise. Lin Ling seemed to be saying to everyone that if they wanted to make things difficult for him, then they would have to kill him. Otherwise, he would arrogantly counterattack and kill them to his heart's content. How could Great Sun Child not understand this? Her complexion was incomparably ugly. Finally, she coldly snorted, "Let's go. Go." Today, she had wanted to catch Lin Ling's weakness, but it was obvious that she had failed. Instead, Lin Ling's name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house. Su Fan's face was also icy cold. He naturally knew why Elder Duan wanted to kill Lin Ling. This was the will of the Duan family. However, this Aunt Lin Ling's life was very tenacious, and he had once again escaped this calamity. Those powerhouses also left one after another. But after today's events, they had an illusion in their hearts. This Lin Ling was beginning to thoroughly rise. In the previous disciple recruitment ceremony, Lin Ling had rebelled against Su Fan. In the Star Sea Pagoda, Lin Ling had broken the record. In the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, Lin Ling had won first place. All of these had caused the top powerhouses to slightly care about Lin Ling. But today they no longer cared about him. Crazy. All of the powerhouses had this evaluation of Lin Ling. And all of the disciples also had this evaluation. It was no longer Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, but Crazy God Lin Ling. This matter also let them know that it was best for an ordinary person not to provoke Lin Ling, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. And if they wanted to provoke Lin Ling, they would have to reach the peak of their strength. The law enforcement hall disciples have also been killed. Crazy God Lin Ling, interesting. I wonder just how crazy he is. On a towering mountain peak, several figures were sitting cross-legged, drinking tea and chatting. These people were ranked 250 on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Each one of them was a top master. The weakest of them was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and they also had a 6th grade king body. A 6th grade king body was very terrifying. Lin Ling's current king body was only a 5th grade king body. He's crazy, even old Xian didn't give face to him. Moreover, he's not brainless when he's crazy. Every time he finds a loophole to counterattack, old Xian and the others have nothing to say. He's brave and resourceful. One of them took a sip of tea and said. Another person smiled faintly and said, as far as I know, he even offended the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. He was the biggest winner in the ancient tomb world and ranked 7th among the 18 princes. He's really proud of his achievements. We missed the trip to the ancient tomb world, but I'm looking forward to seeing how powerful this Lin Ling is. The others said indifferently. Lin Ling made them feel a little scared. After all, the 7 profound heavens chosen list didn't have many things, only geniuses. Crazy God Lin Ling was just one of them. Only those who had seen him would know how powerful he was. The same conversation took place among the various old Xians. Moreover, on top of the ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land, the martial house master appeared once again, his eyes looking at the distant clouds. Master, I said that compared to Sakura, Lin Ling is even more terrifying. He only went out to adventure once, but his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. He rushed from the bottom of the Heaven's Chosen list to around 250th place. Now he's firmly established himself in the 7 profound martial house. Behind the martial housemaster, the black-clothed girl lightly said, "Meng, I admit that you have a good eye. However, it's hard to make a decision until the end. I still think that Deshirtian is the real threat." The mansion master put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Sakura is the most outstanding genius of the D family bloodline. He has inherited the previous martial housemaster's talent and heart of martial arts. He cannot be underestimated." The black-clothed girl nodded and said, "Master, do you need me to make a move? Of the two, who do you choose?" Chapter 721. Exquisite Valley. To be fair, I want to choose Lin Ling. I want him to be a cripple for the rest of his life. But if Master fears Sakura, then I will choose him. The black-clothed girl thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes shining with wisdom. Then I will choose Sakura. Although Lin Ling is mysterious, his achievements are limited. Only Sakura can reach my height, so I will strangle him. The martial housemaster's voice was low and deep, as if he had made a great decision. Hoo-hoo! Above a giant ancient tree, a cold wind howled, causing the entire ancient tree to sway. It was like an earthquake was occurring somewhere in the rainforest Holy Land. "Sakura, I've already met him several times before. He has a good impression of me. I will make him enter a nightmare." The black-clothed girl's figure disappeared from where she stood. The martial housemaster was still standing there, a sneer on his face. Lin Ling and Sakura had both risen, so one of them had to be killed. Lin Ling was very lucky. Sakura had died in his place. Second brother, haha, you killed to your heart's content. Now in the 7 profound martial house, you are called the Mad God, and I am behind you. I am called the Evil God. We brothers are the Mad Evil Gods. In the mountain valley, Sakura's laughter spread out, causing third brother Dejichuan to helplessly shake his head. Lin Ling's pupils widened, and he forced a smile. He hadn't thought that that day's massacre would have such an effect. "Boss, the name Mad God is very pleasant to the ears, and the effect is good. At least no one dares to bully us. Today when I went out for a walk, those Moon Guard level disciples that used to be high and mighty were all scared of me. They kept their distance from me, and when I glared at them, those Moon Guard level disciples even ran over to flatter me. Haha, boss, I also met them, and there were even several proud sons of heaven." Long Xiaochen and Zhua Mo laughed as they walked over. Lin Ling was even more helpless. Sometimes it was better to be low-key than to be low-key. In this world where strength reigned supreme, sometimes being overbearing was also a means of self-protection. "Mad God Lin Ling? I like this name." Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Now that he had made a terrifying name for himself in the 7 profound martial house, he could be considered to have established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house. Now he could invite the Fire Ancient clan to come. At that time, ordinary people would not dare to casually bully the people of the Fire Ancient clan. Of course, before that, it was time to settle old scores. Pill falling to the mortal world. After exchanging a few words with his brothers, Lin Ling originally wanted to ask Sakura to help look after the mountain valley. However, Sakura smiled awkwardly as he seemed to have another appointment. Moreover, looking at that hesitant manner, Lin Ling also faintly guessed something. For a grown man to be hemming and hawing, it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to some young lady. However, regarding this, Lin Ling was happy for Sakura. This big brother of his was straightforward and carefree. It's time to find a woman to control him. "Big brother, if there's anything you don't understand, then second brother can explain it to you," Lin Ling joked, making Long Xiaochen and the others react. Each and every one of them had the appearance of an experienced person. They gave pointers to Sakura, making Sakura's face turn even redder. He cursed loudly and then ran away. Looks like this is the first time in Big Brother's life that he has fallen in love with someone. I wonder which family's girl could make Big Brother so worried. And from the looks of it, they should have met more than once. Their relationship is developing quite well. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and then left the mountain valley. He went to find Master Gusu, and also to refine the first true fire pill. This would allow his king body talent to rise in rank once again. Like this, his foundation would be even more solid. At present, Lin Ling's foundation was very solid. In addition, he was constantly swallowing yang spirit fruits. Therefore, if his king body was upgraded, he might really be able to reach the invincible middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Once again arriving at the snowy peak, Lin Ling found Gusu Shui. After explaining his purpose, he followed Gusu Shui out of the snowy peak. The Seven Profound Martial House also had its own alchemy hall, where a large number of talented alchemists gathered. They would usually refine pills and give them to the Seven Profound Martial House in exchange for rewards. The Seven Profound Martial House would then distribute the pills to the disciples. Therefore, in the Seven Profound Martial House, even if an alchemist's strength was not high, their status was still extremely noble. The alchemy hall was located in the exquisite valley. Only alchemists and elders could enter there. The spiritual energy in this valley was rich. According to legend, there was a spiritual root at the bottom of the valley, and it was the best place to refine pills. This valley was guarded by two great Xian elders, Elder Longdan and Elder Huding. These two elders were true alchemists, and had an illustrious reputation in the Rainforest Holy Land. But because these two great Xian elders were competing for the chief disciple position in the exquisite valley, they often fought openly and secretly to win over talented alchemists. Today was also the day of the 8th grade alchemist examination. In the 8th grade alchemist examination, one had to refine an 8th grade pill. If the pill passed the examination and there were no signs of cheating, then one could become an 8th grade alchemist and announce it to the Rainforest Holy Land. To become an 8th grade alchemist, one's status would be above tens of thousands of people. They would have endless glory, and all the major powers would throw out olive branches to them. Unfortunately, the 8th grade alchemist examination was very difficult. In the vast square there were layers upon layers of young boys and girls sitting there. They were all talented alchemists. Some had already taken the 5th grade alchemist examination, and some were 6th grade alchemists. In the ring of grandstands, everyone was looking down at the square below. There were a large number of pill furnaces, and in front of these pill furnaces, there were many alchemists with extraordinary temperaments taking the examination. Elder Longdan, your vision is not very good. You have instructed so many talented alchemists, but this time no one has passed. You are old, you should retire to the 2nd position in the exquisite valley. On one side of the plaza there was a tall platform. Two elders were sitting there calmly. They were the two great Xian elders of Nimble Valley. Their strength was unfathomable, and they also had skills in alchemy that made people respect them. Even the martial arts hall's palace masters were extremely respectful towards them. Even the masters of the ancient Dao Martial Palace and the Great Sun Void Temple had invited them to become Xian elders in their respective martial arts halls. However, they were all rejected. Elder Huding, your vision is not good either. This time, the disciple you instructed also failed the examination. One of the elders, who was wearing a fiery red robe, said indifferently. There was an 8 trigrams mark on the back of his robe. This person was Elder Longdan, and beside him was a short and fat elder. He was wearing a black robe, and there was a colorful cauldron on the back of his robe. This person was Elder Huding. The two of them were competing. It was not about their alchemy skills, but about the ability of each other's disciples. At this moment, Lin Ling and Gusu Shui were standing quietly in the vast grandstand. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen so many alchemists gathered together, and it made his blood boil. His alchemy skills were not weak. Now that he saw talented alchemists of the same age, he naturally had the impulse to compete with them. Chapter 722. Here I come Dong. At this moment a loud bell rang, causing a large number of cheers. This was the bell that signaled the end of the alchemy exam. In the square, some of the alchemists who finished the exam smiled confidently, while others looked regretful. They all had their own thoughts about the results of the exam. After that, the 3 alchemists examined the pills one by one, and the results were announced by the elders. The one who announced the results was Su Fan. He used to be an alchemist, But after being dragged down by Lin Ling to become an elder, his status had plummeted. Now, he had to do the work of an elder. Gray map. 8th grade disaster pill failed. Failed the exam. Lin Sanjing 8th grade disaster pill failed the exam. The three alchemists examined the pills, and Su Fan announced the results. Every time the results were announced, the two Xian elders' expressions would change. Evidently, those who had failed were their disciples. They had been fighting with each other openly and covertly. If their disciples failed, they would also lose face. The 8th grade alchemist exam is indeed difficult. I'm afraid no one will pass today. That's not necessarily true. With so many alchemists taking the exam, one will pass. The crowd discussed. The 8th grade exam was indeed harsh. Finally, one person passed, and so far he was the only one who passed. Dan Luofan, congratulations on passing the 8th grade disaster pill and reaching the mystic class. You are now an 8th grade alchemist. Su Fan looked at the square with admiration. A young man stood there proudly with his hands behind his back, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. This person was Dan Luofan, and so far he was the first and only one to pass. Dan Luofan, this kid is not bad. On the platform, Elder Huding laughed proudly. Dan Luofan was his disciple, and today he gave him face. He then looked at Elder Longdan. You're old, it's better for me to guard Linglong Valley. You should go to the back of the mountain to pick up the waste pills. Elder Huding, don't be so proud. Elder Longdan's face turned ugly. None of the disciples he had taught had passed the test. If this continued, he would lose his prestige and no one would want to be his disciple. Without any disciples following him, he would lose the right to control the other half of the Linglong Valley. This was not what he wanted to see. Unfortunately, the disciple he had taught had failed to live up to his expectations, so there was nothing he could do. The path of alchemy is broad and profound. Sometimes there will be an opportunity to refine a grade 8 alchemy pill. Therefore, according to the rules, the others can challenge Dan Luofan again and refine grade 8 alchemy pills at the same time. Su Fan's voice sounded again. This was the rule of Linglong Valley. After all, there were times when one got lucky in refining pills. Even if the probability was very small, some alchemists would still inexplicably succeed in refining pills. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the alchemists taking the test had to accept challenges from other alchemists. If they won again, then the test would be considered passed. Of course, this was only routine. In reality, everyone knew Dan Luofan's level. Even though he wasn't the most outstanding young genius, no one could surpass him this year. Does anyone dare? Su Fan added. With one hand behind his back, Dan Luofan had an indescribable expression on his face. Junior brothers, there's no need to be humble. If you doubt me, you can compete with me. I'll convince you wholeheartedly. The square was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound. This made Elder Longdan's expression even uglier. Even his disciple didn't dare to make a sound? Dan Luofan, I've seen your shamelessness. Today I'll see your bullshit alchemy skills. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from a corner of the square. Countless people looked over and frowned. That young man was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him in Linglong Valley. No one present knew that young man. If there were two people, one was Su Fan and the other was Dan Luofan. Both of them looked at the young man who spoke with an extremely ugly expression. The one who spoke was Lin Ling. Lin Ling came with a purpose this time. How could he let Dan Luofan flaunt his prowess? When Dan Luofan dared to frame him, Lin Ling planned to take revenge. Dan Luofan finally became a grade 8 alchemist. Then, Lin Ling would destroy his efforts and trample on him. Insolent Junior. This is the sacred Linglong Valley, not your mountain valley. You're not allowed to be arrogant. Dan Luofan glared at Lin Ling, his face ashen. He wanted nothing more than to chop this enemy of his into pieces. Men, kick out this outsider who doesn't have an alchemist's certificate. The crowd was surprised. They could see that senior brother Dan Luofan was furious. I'll do it. This is Linglong Valley. If you're not an alchemist, you can't enter. The pavilion is very unfamiliar. You're definitely not an alchemist. Don't blame us for being impolite. Tell us your name. Maybe because of your background we won't teach you a lesson. We'll just ask you to leave. At the side of the square, many alchemists stood up and walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling indifferently smiled. Since he dared to come here, he didn't plan on casually leaving. He nodded to Gu Sushua and then walked down the steps to the square. Gu Sushua also nodded. She knew Lin Ling's purpose in coming here, so she didn't stop him. She also knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were above Dan Luofan's. She also wanted to see how the proud Dan Luofan would be humiliated. You want to know my name? I am Lin Ling. As he walked, Lin Ling lightly said. His calm eyes didn't have the slightest ripple of emotion. Lin Ling? I've never heard of this alchemist before, but this name seems very familiar. Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then began to stir. Not long ago, Lin Ling had arrogantly obliterated a law enforcement hall disciple. Who in the Seven Profound Martial House didn't know this? This Lin Ling wasn't a top heaven's pride on the proud son of heaven list, but he was lawless and arrogant to the extreme. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would kill them to his heart's content. He wasn't afraid of his opponent being strong, but what he feared the most was that his opponent was arrogant enough. For a time, those alchemists that wanted to stop Lin Ling all sat back down. They dreaded Lin Ling's infamy. Lin Ling's lips curled into a startled smile. It seemed that his infamy was spreading far and wide. However, since he had to bear this infamy, then he might as well carry on with it. At the very least, being arrogant would reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course, there would be a deterrent effect, but that would also cause the dissatisfaction of the top heaven's pride. This wasn't something that Lin Ling needed to consider at the moment. Dan Luofan, your qualifications as an 8th grade alchemist are far from enough. As he arrived at the square, Lin Ling indifferently looked at Dan Luofan. This caused Dan Luofan to bite his lips. He wished that he could immediately kill Lin Ling. Then, he threw himself at Lin Ling, his eyes shining with a murderous intent. Senior apprentice brother Dan Luofan seems to have a great grudge with Lin Ling. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Dan Luofan had lost all reason as soon as he saw Lin Ling. There must have been something that happened between them. You're courting death. Lin Ling still calmly stood there, one hand behind his back. As Dan Luofan threw himself at him, he gently waved his right hand, and beautiful flames appeared like fireworks. In the next moment, he easily grabbed Dan Luofan's neck. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.